should know. I have never really liked you at all. I cannot hide it anymore. I've been thinking about the future, trying to forget about the past. So many ways that I could change for the better. Don't even know where to begin. If I allow myself to dream, will it be as good as it seems? Pull me out of this place in the middle, in the middle. Nothing more to embrace in the middle, in the middle. If I try to climb up the wall, everyone can see when I Take me up into the mountains, send me off into the wild. Misery is still a path I would choose if the alternatives are worse. I guess it's time to find a friend, one who will stick by to the end. Going out of my mind in the middle, in the middle. Wasting all of my time in the middle, in the middle. I take a bite and spit it out, unaware of what it's about. I'm not that good at faking it. I feel somehow I've broken it. I don't believe I'm part of it. In the If I try to climb up the wall, everyone can see when I fall. Nothing really matters at all. Pull me out of this place in the middle, in the middle. Nothing more to embrace in the middle, in the middle.
This is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free.
Hey y'all, happy Tuesday. I'm so glad y'all are here with me today. It's good to see you, Southern Cats. And Crystal Burns, hello. Teresa, good to see you. Cara, thank you for being here. Good to see you. Tanya in the do, good to see you. Miss King of Anything, good to see you. Heel Sandra, good to see you. Julie, thank you for being here. Hey Jada and Holly. Hey Mark, I saw you had a live stream the other day. I was so proud of you over there doing your thing. That is so awesome. Good to see you. Peaches McClure, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Hey, Kimmy Doodles, good to see you. Hey, Leslie, Westside Crime Show, Jenny Jen, good to see y'all. Thank you for being here. Let me know, Hio, let me know if my audio is okay. I tried to reduce the background noise. I know before it was, didn't want to do that. So let me know if it sounds weird. Hey, Sharon Clark, good to see you. I had a couple of things to share with y'all before we kind of get started. I got a lot to talk to y'all about. Okay, so first we're going to talk again about like your personal space. I got so many things up. Let me grab it. Lord, I'm having to scroll on my tabs that are being up. All right. So I saw this and I thought y'all might find it interesting. It says 13 decorative items thought to bring negative energy into homes. So it looks like we got some broken glass, a coffee table. I got to have my coffee table now. Some dead flowers, maybe. All right. So, it's one of those things. Hold on. Let's go back to the beginning. Hold on. Okay. First thing, cracked and broken mirrors. Mirrors are powerful tools in feng shui, reflecting energy and expanding spaces. But a cracked or broken mirror can distort energy flow and invite negative vibes, leading to misfortune and emotional unrest. The shattered reflections are believed to fragment chi, causing disturbances in your energy flow. That antique mirror with the charming crack down the middle might have seemed like a great vintage find, but it could be creating more problems than it solves. So, no cracked mirrors, sharp edged furniture. So, y'all need to find some all the way round coffee tables in order to have good feng shui. Hey, Chuckle Legs, good to see you. It says sharp-edged furniture or pointed furniture shapes are believed to create harsh energy known as shiki, and choosing rounded or curved furniture instead promotes a softer and more gentle flow of energy. Dining tables, especially those with glass tops and sharp corners, can disrupt both your home's energy and your safety. That sleek modern coffee table with razor sharp edges might look incredibly sophisticated, but it could be cutting through the positive vibes in your living room. Dead or dying plants is the third. Yeah. Living plants and cut flowers that are dying are not recommended because the dead or dying plants do not have healthy chi and emanate this unhealthy energy in your space. Dead or dying plants are very unfortunate because they represent stagnation, loss, and decay, and such plants might draw bad energy into your house, which will impact the general prosperity and atmosphere of the area. That wilting peace lily you keep meaning to water isn't just an eyesore, it's actively working against your home's positive energy. Dried flowers and arrangements, as per feng shui rules, these dead or dried flowers release dead energy into the air, making the room negative with a lack of positive chi, causing an adverse effect on your health. Many feng shui consultants say that dried plants and flowers are bad feng shui. So that was four. This is five. Broken electronics and gadgets. Outdated or malfunctioning gadgets can create clutter, not only physically, but also energetically. When feng shui practitioners suggest broken or unused electronics, contribute to stagnant energy and can trap negative chi in the form of past technological failures or obsolete memories, ultimately hindering the smooth flow of energy in your home. That old television in the corner that hasn't worked in years isn't just taking up space, it's creating energetic dead weight. Guys, get rid of your broken phone. Oh my goodness, Peaches McClure. Thank you so much for gifting a membership 2 times. That was so awesome of you. My mother has a potpourri pot, Teresa. It's like a crock pot, but it's like it's for potpourri, and I think it's cool. I love it. I'm always gonna have potpourri. I'm not really into feng shui. I don't know why I'm getting all this information about feng shui, but I don't know that I'm gonna follow all these either. So Peaches McClure gifted 2 memberships. The first one went to Krista 23 and the second one went to Sarah. Thank you so much. Actually, she gifted 3. And the third one went to Jan. If you were gifted from Peaches McClure and you are aware you were gifted, please tell Peaches McClure thank you. Thank you so much, Peaches McClure. That was very sweet and supportive of you, and I greatly appreciate that. I'm going to grab the crazy train to pick our new members up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you so much, Peaches. I'm going off the rails on a crazy train. Thank you. I really appreciate that, Peaches. No, I'm probably mispronouncing potpourri. I don't know. Good morning, Soups. Oh, that was really sweet of you, Peaches. I appreciate it. I know I'm probably mispronouncing it. I mispronounce like 6 out of 10 words that I say on a daily basis are mispronounced. So there you go. Don't trust the way I'm saying it ever. Ever. Because it's probably wrong. Okay, artwork depicting sadness, violence, or sadness. Artwork and imagery play a significant role in feng shui, and it is advised to avoid pieces that convey negative emotions or themes with depictions of violence, sadness, or any im, imagery that evokes negative feelings, able to induce unforgivable energy into your home. According to feng shui theory, art should always evoke positive emotions. That dramatic war painting you inherited from your grandfather might be historically significant, but it could be bringing heavy energy into your daily environment. Old burned out candles. Candles are traditionally used in feng shui to symbolize light, transformation, and the presence of positive energy. But candles that have burned unevenly or long expired can signify stagnant energy and missed opportunities, and may serve as a metaphor for dwindling vitality and unfulfilled potential, leaving behind a residue of negative chi. My God, I didn't know so much depended on these little candles I have in my house. Hey, Crime Time Watcher, good to see you. Miss King of Anything. I don't know if I said hey to you, but it's good to see you. Yeah, side pictures, I get that one. But like old candle, like good gracious, and like the way they like unfulfilled potential and dwindling vitality, like good Lord, we're putting a lot on a damn candle, aren't we? Gracious in the morning. Okay. Replace old candles with new one made of natural beeswax or soil, which burn more cleanly and consistently. Next one is cacti and sharp leaf all right, now. I'm not getting rid of my plants. I don't know what to tell you about that. I've got dragon fruit in there that I've grown from seed. We're going to fight about this one. It says plants such as cacti, agave, and dragon trees, I have one of those, all present spiky foliage that has the ability to create shy chi. Cactus plants are believed to bring bad luck and negative energy to feng shui, as they are sharp and spiky, which symbolizes difficulties and obstacles. It's best to avoid placing a cacti in your home, especially in the bedrooms and living rooms. That collection of cute succulents on your windowsill might look Instagram worthy, but their spikes could be creating energetic obstacles. Well, you're just going to have to screw off. Broken clocks. Well, even a broken clock is right twice a day. Why are we keeping broken clocks in our house? Maybe a grandfather clock? Feng Shui discourages keeping unused or broken clocks in your home, especially if they stop working. As in Feng Shui principles, a non functional clock can symbolize time standing still, which may create a sense of stagnation or hindrance in one's life. 10 is cluttered spaces and accumulated junk. Decluttering is the most ubiquitous advice in Feng Shui for a reason, as clutter prevents energy from moving around and can trap negative and dead energy. So decluttering is essential, even in spots that are behind closed doors like closets and drawers. With decluttering having a huge impact on the energy in your space, clutter is the biggest man-made Shai Chi, with Feng Shui theory purporting that your living space reflects your life. Anything broken or in disrepair needs to be removed. We're going to do the last two real quick. I don't want fake and artificial plants. Cactus in the bedroom. Yeah, mine's in the kitchen for that, Holly said, "Oh Lord, my house is decorated in vintage circus and clown stuff and old toys. Plus, we collect just real weird stuff." That's cool. I have a lot of antiques that I'm not getting rid of. I also used to save candle wax and make new candles. I had a 2-bedroom apartment. Now I have a studio apartment. Potpourri is French for rotten pot. And potpourri is dried and rotten flowers and herbs, if you didn't know. I did not know that. How interesting. It depends on how you view it, but you should probably get rid of him and the cactuses. Okay, it says artificial plants are not considered auspicious in feng shui, as they are not alive and do not absorb negative energy, and it's best to avoid using artificial plants in your home. While many of us turn to artificial plants as the answer to low maintenance plants for indoor gardening, artificial plants are generally not recommended, as they inauthenticate, pretending to be something they're not, which can affect the energy in a space negatively. And the last one is items associated with past relationships or trauma. I get that. Objects retain lots of energy and physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually block our path forward. Items that carry emotional baggage from difficult relationships, traumatic experiences, or painful memories can anchor negative energy in your living space long after the original events have passed. That jewelry box from your ex partner, the furniture inherited after a difficult family situation, or artwork that reminds you of a painful period in your life might be beautiful objects, but they could be keeping you tethered to energies you'd rather leave behind. Well, I'm not getting rid of my antiques either. Yeah. Yeah, you got to move and just leave everything behind in order to have any type of good energy at all, per feng shui. I don't know. I don't know if I like that one for today too much. I'm not really feeling that one. Okay. In other news, Dances with Wolves star died. Hold on. It's not letting me. I hope that you're having a good day today, Crystal. So, yep, this is Dances with Wolves star Graham Greene died at 73. I didn't realize who he was, and then I saw the picture and I was like, "Oh, I know who that is." I think so too, Peaches. I just got one of those antique bed warmers where you would put the coals from the fire in the pot, and then they had like this long stick on it, and they would put it up under the covers, and I just got one of those. I think it's so cool. Teresa said, "Well, I'm sure shit not putting a picture up of my ex-husband, so that's not a problem." Yeah, it's really sad. I just saw it a few minutes ago. Okay, so I'm going to read it. Yeah, he did. And it's sad that he's no longer with us. All right, Graham Greene, the Canadian First Nations actor who starred in films including Dances with Wolves, has died at age 73, his manager said. Quote, "It is with deep sadness we announce the peaceful passing of award-winning legendary Canadian actor Graham Greene," unquote. Jerry Jordan said in a statement to CBC News. The outlet reported he died of natural causes. Green scored an Academy Award nomination for Best Supporting Actor for his role in Kevin Costner's 1990 epic Western, where he played Kicking Bird. He was a member of the Oneida Nation, part of the Six Nations Reserve, in southern Ontario. Green worked as a draftsman, civil technologist, steel worker, and rock band crew member before starting his career in theater in the UK in the 1970s. Let me get a sip of my coffee. In a 2012 interview with Canadian publication Playback, he credited theater with giving him a grounding for acting. Quote, "It helps you build character. When you get into film, you don't have that luxury. The discipline of theater is what I recommend to all actors." Unquote. In the same interview, he said a key moment for him came when he married his wife, Hilary Blackmore, which led to, quote, "the best time of my life," unquote. His breakthrough came in 1990 when he played Kicking Bird, a Lakota medicine man, in Dances with Wolves. Green won widespread acclaim for the role. He also appeared in the 1992 Western thriller Thunderheart, playing a tribal officer, Walter Crow Horse. In the 1999 fantasy drama The Green Mile, Green played Arlene Bitterbuck, a Native American man on death row in prison. He also starred in Die Hard with a Vengeance in 1995, Maverick in 1994, The Twilight Saga, New Moon in 2009, and Wind River in 2017. He picked up numerous awards through his storied career, including the Earl Grey Award for Lifetime Achievement by the Academy of Canadian Film and Television in 2004. In 2016, he was inducted into the Order of Canada, the country's second highest civilian honor. Gracious, I'm not reading correctly today. I wanted to fix it where you could see him on the screen. I'm very sad that he's gone. Hey Mimi, good to see you. Lori Ann, good to see you. I read news stories and different things that aren't on the thumbnail while people come in. So, in case you don't know, Graham Greene, who played in Dances with Wolves, that's where I remember him from, died today. I think it was today. In the either today or yesterday at the age of 73. Okay. Next, we are going. I think the last two I have was about two cheerleaders. So evidently, two cheerleaders are acting a fool. This one is from the University of Kentucky, and I don't know what the crap happened, but it reads, University of Kentucky cheerleader 21 arrested after her newborn is found deceased inside of a black trash bag in a closet. A University of Kentucky student and competitive cheerleader was arrested after the body of her newborn was found stuffed inside a garbage bag and tossed in a closet, according to authorities and reports. Because that's what you do. You have a baby and that's what you do, I guess. Laken Snelling, 21, was cuffed Sunday after the cops were called about an unresponsive baby at a residence near campus grounds in Lexington. The Lexington Police Department said in a statement. Officers found the infant, quote, wrapped in a towel inside of a trash bag, unquote, in a closet, according to a police report obtained by WLWT. There is Laken Snelling. She's 21 years old. And there's another picture of her. Like, why not? It says Snelling is listed as a member of the University of Kentucky's stunt cheerleading team. Why would you not, go to the hospital, have the baby, and put it up for adoption if you didn't want the baby? I hope well, I hope that everything calms down if it's really busy, but thank you, Cara. That was very sweet of you. You do what you got to do for work, love. Hey, Sharon. Yeah, one flew over the cuckoo's nest for sure. Hey, Snarky, good to see you. I mean, she's absolutely gorgeous, but like, why? It says Snelling was confirmed to be the baby's mother. The newborn was pronounced deceased at the scene, police said. The cheerleader was interviewed by officers and admitted to giving birth, Lexington 18 reported, citing the police report. The new mother has been charged with abuse of a corpse, tampering with evidence, and concealing the birth of an infant, cops said. Nearly all abortions have been illegal in the state since 2022. Snelling is listed as a member of the University of Kentucky's stunt cheerleading team, according to the school's athletic website. She is currently a senior at the university and has served on the competitive team for the past 3 seasons, according to Lexington 8. Fairest of the fair. Snelling, it says Snelling was Jefferson County's fairest of the fair. I don't know what year, though, it doesn't say. Why did you jump? And there's another picture of her, probably for the website or whatever. The cheerleader has been charged with abuse of a corpse, tampering with evidence, and concealing the birth of an infant. Quote, we can confirm that she has been a member of the stunt team for the last 3 seasons. All other questions should be directed to the Lexington police, a university spokesperson told the outlet. Snellings is currently being held at the Fayette County Detention Center, records show. The cause of the infant's death is pending review by the Fayette County Coroner's Office, police said. The University of Kentucky did not respond to the Post's request for comment by the time of the publication. There's a video here that we can watch after the ad. I have not gotten Firefox yet, so you'll have to work with me. Yeah, I don't think she's a member anymore. Oh, wrong one. Sorry, hold on. So this is a little short 38-second video on it.
Well, new tonight, a member of the University of Kentucky stunt team is now charged in her newborn baby's death. So stunt is a competitive tumbling and cheer team, if you didn't know. UK confirms 21-year-old Laken Snelling has been on its squad the past 3 years. Lexington police responded to her home off campus Wednesday of last week, found an infant's body inside a trash bag in a closet. They say that Snelling admitted to giving birth, then cleaning up,
Hey, Cindy.
putting the evidence in a trash bag. She faces a list of charges, including abuse of a corpse.
So they made sure to point out that abortion has been illegal there since 2022. And I'm thinking, like, with the ability to do all these things, if abortion was illegal, like even in the first, I think that from what I understand, abortion was only going to be illegal if you were like 6 to 9 months pregnant. And I don't want to get political in chat, so I'm just going to say this and we're going to move on. But like, I feel like she could go to another state to get an abortion if she really had to, number one. Number two, I would think she would know within the first 3 months, so she could get an abortion. I don't know if all abortion is illegal or abortion after a certain trimester. But it's interesting. I know, I think the name Laken is really pretty. Hey, Mama Mia. Good to see you. I don't think she's a member anymore. Tom said her parents probably didn't know she was pregnant and she made a horrible decision. She's definitely not the first to do that. If that's what happened, I agree. Hey, Kim. Hey, Shelby. If the team knew she was pregnant, she might be kicked off the team. I'm wondering how she hit it so well. Good to see you. Cara said, what the fuck is it with cheerleaders unaliving their babies? This chick and Alexi Treviso, I know I spelled her name wrong, but she doesn't deserve to have it spelled correctly. Yeah, it's crazy. And there's another story about a cheerleader we're about to talk to. Cara said all abortion after 6 weeks is illegal. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to go to abortion and talk about that, but I feel like she could have gone to another state if she didn't know in the first 6 weeks. I feel like she had the ability to do that. She seems like, she's doing pretty well in life up until this point. She's gorgeous. But she should have put the baby up for adoption or something to that extent. I don't know exactly what, but she shouldn't have done what she did. All right, here's our second cheerleader story. 32. And you guys might have seen this one on Law and Crime. It says 16-year-old Trey Dean Wright thought he was meeting his girlfriend on a quiet country road in Florence County, South Carolina. Instead, authorities say he walked into a trap that ended with his death. Deputies responded to First Neck Road near Johnsonville just before midnight on June 24th. When they arrived, they found the rising Johnsonville High School sophomore lying in the roadway with multiple firearm wounds. He was rushed to a nearby hospital but died shortly after. The coroner later confirmed what his family and friends already knew. A life full of promise had been cut short. Investigators alleged that 17-year-old Gianna Helen Keistenmacher orchestrated the deadly confrontation by luring Wright into the meeting and bringing along an armed 19-year-old accomplice. Authorities say she appeared to play the role of shocked girlfriend afterward, even going to the hospital, but her charges were later upgraded from accessory to homicide. Quote, "This was an altercation between two people," unquote, Florence County Sheriff T.J. Joe said. Quote, "It's not like I'm just going to go to Johnsonville and use a firearm on somebody. They had issues with each other and it was over a female. The sad thing is you got a 16-year-old that lost his life. You got a 19-year-old who's going to be in jail for the rest of his life over what?" And yeah, that's the main thing people need to remember, I think. We'll watch the Law and Crime video on it. Hey, Westside. Yeah, she was pretty. I'll never understand, like, especially high school, these high schoolers fighting like this and somebody ending up deceased. Police allege that her accomplice pulled the trigger during a verbal altercation, gunning Wright down in the middle of the road. He was arrested the following day and charged with homicide and possession of a firearm during a violent crime. He remains in jail without bond. As detectives dug deeper, the case widened. On August 3rd, police announced the arrest of 3 more teens. Oh my lordy. Help me, Lord, be able to speak. Hunter Matthew Kendall, who was 18, Corrine Elizabeth Belviso, who was 18, and Sydney Marissa Kearns, who was 17. 4 additional minors whose names have not been released were also taken into custody under South Carolina's hand of one is the hand of all, unquote, statute. Each teen accused of participating in the plan can be charged equally even if they did not fire a shot. For Trey's mother, Ashley Lindsay, the idea that her son's death was just about a love triangle doesn't square with reality. Quote, "My son wasn't about dumb stuff like a love triangle," unquote, she told reporters. Quote, "He told me just 2 days before he was killed that being with Gianna felt like a dream come true. He really liked her, but he might have been clueless to whatever else was going on," unquote. Friends share the same sentiment. Quote, "I believe she just wanted them to fight, not for it to end this way," unquote, said Ethan Kirby, Wright's best friend. Quote, "It was all a childish act that turned real," unquote. In the weeks since the homicide, Wright has been remembered as more than just a victim in a police investigation. His obituary called him a, quote, "true outdoorsman," unquote, with an infectious smile and a knack for making people laugh. To his family, the hole he leaves behind cannot be filled. Quote, "My baby never deserved not one thing that happened to him, period," unquote, his mother said. Quote, "He was one in a million. He was good for people's souls. His happiness was so contagious. He always spread joy, and he was one of the most kind-hearted kids you'd ever meet. I will fight for justice for my baby if it takes every last breath in me." unquote. It's really sad. We'll start this.
Girl accused of orchestrating the murder of her
Why
boyfriend.
can't we hear
Gianna
it?
Kistenmacher was a high school cheerleader. Now she's accused of murder. She's one of 9 teenagers accused of
I'm gonna see
murder
what
in
y'all
the
are
death
saying.
of Trey Wright. And now we're hearing shocking allegations of how she acted allegedly on the night that Trey Wright was killed.
That picture of him tells you that he really was a true outdoorsman. That's like a prom photo, and he's ready to go duck hunting. I'm glad that she's going to fight for him. He deserves it, I think. And I think people need to remember that even if she just did want them to fight, it was stupid, it was selfish, and wanting people to fight is just a chance you don't want to take because it ends in death a lot of the time. Tom said, when I was in high school, you might get in a fist fight and call it good. Not understanding these kids nowadays. Yeah, there's always a firearm involved. Like, I don't understand why children don't just fist fight anymore. But then you see these girls fighting girls on the sidewalk and like beating their skulls into the pavement until they're dead. And it's like they have no understanding or compassion for, human life. Even going back to the babies being found, the infants in the closets and things, it's a lot. Okay.
Shocking allegations of how she acted allegedly on the night that Trey Wright was killed.
When she
Oh,
from people,
hold on. Sorry.
On the night that Trey Wright was killed.
when she stepped away from people, she had this look on her face, and I just really didn't understand it.
We'll dive into that. And we also talk about why
Wow.
7 of the 9 teens charged with murder in this case are out on bond. We're on the case, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart.
So we're gonna watch this, but when he has like the like whoever come on, like the
Was
people, like the district attorney or the police or whatever, like the person who comes on and gives their thoughts and opinions on the case will go on to our next subject. But usually I like to watch the beginnings of these sometimes because you get a lot of information about the case.
a life of the party teenager, we've been told. A friend who
That is
never met
crazy,
an
isn't it?
enemy. He lost his life on June 24th in small town South Carolina. Since his death, Trey Wright's story has spread across the country, far from small town South Carolina, because partly there are 9 teenagers charged with murder. The person who's accused of firing the shot that killed Wright was someone who Wright considered a friend, we're told.
See, he looks like, just the epitome of a happy kid, funny, outdoorsman, like they said. I hate that he's no longer with us. He seems like a really good person. From the pictures, anyway,
But this girl, Gianna Kistenmacher, is the one who is perhaps the most shocking suspect in this
Yes,
case
ma'am.
because she was Trey Wright's girlfriend. They had just started dating, but he really liked her.
Gianna and Trey had been dating, but I think they only were dating like for a month, maybe 2 months. But he was getting to the point where he really did like her. It was different from any of the other girls he had been around. He actually wanted to go out his way and be with her. He put everything aside.
That's Jasmine Louderback. Trey was murdered outside her house. The shooting happened around 11:30 that night in Johnsonville, South Carolina. Jasmine told me she rushed to Trey's side and comforted him as he gasped for air, as her dad and a police officer tried to treat him before he was brought to the hospital where he died. Jasmine told us that most of the teens charged in this murder were acquaintances of Trey, but 2 of the 9 teenagers were people who Trey knew. You had Gianna Kistenmacher and Devin Raper. Now, Trey and Devin followed each other on TikTok, and Jasmine said that they had just started hanging out. They would go to Myrtle Beach to go to truck shows there, and Trey actually considered Devin Raper a friend. Police say it was Raper who fired the shots that ended Trey's life. He's still being held without bond in the Florence County Jail. The person who's accused of orchestrating Trey's murder is the high school cheerleader who he was really starting to like, we're told. Deputies say Gianna Kistenmacher brought Devin Raper to meet Trey Wright the night of his death, knowing that Raper was armed and that there was going to be a confrontation that, according
So I'm not understanding if they were friends or they knew each other. Why were they fighting that night? It is sad. Tom said, I have a firearm in my vehicle, but I live out in the country. I would never consider using it against another person except to defend myself. And a lot of people do, and it's interesting to me. I mean, they seem like boys, at least the one that got shot, seems like boys that go hunting and use firearms and know that once you pull that trigger, that's whatever's on the other end of that barrel, you're going to take its life, a person, an animal, whatever. And so I'm wondering how it got to that point to where we're shooting people. I mean, especially for people who understand that, once you pull that trigger, that you're ending someone's life or an animal. It reads, I wish we never met. I wish you would stop giving me missed signals, but can you stop? Because I'm trying to get to know your friend right now. Wow, what a great guy. That's just a great guy. I'm breaking up with you. Can you stop giving me mixed signals? Because I'm trying to get in your friend's pants. So leave me alone. Like, what the hell, dude?
To law enforcement would lead to injury or death. Law enforcement writes that Trey and Raper were at odds over a girl the night that Trey died, and there were provocative Snapchat messages leading up to the altercation. Trey's mom told the Daily Mail that her son met Gianna through Devin Raper, and another friend said that they believed that Gianna wanted the two to fight, that this was a love triangle. But on the night of Trey's murder, any desire to have a confrontation on Gianna's part was not apparent to those trying to help Trey Wright on scene. Louderback said she had just met Gianna as she rushed to help her friend. Had you ever met Gianna?
That night was the first time I'd ever met her.
And again, I know there's things that you can say and you can't say. I mean, but
so they were outside of her house, but it was the first time she ever met the girl. Leslie said, I'm in a county in Tennessee countryside, 40-acre farm. Girl, I'm jealous. I wish I had a 40-acre farm. I'd be in heaven. She said, when on the Kubota, we carry firearms because it can come down to me or a snake or a coyote or worse. You have to out in the country. You do. I don't even understand why you would want somebody to fight like that. The fast-ass teenagers, I guess.
she was still on scene. I guess like you saw her
Yes,
there when you
Southern,
went outside.
it was.
Yes, sir. She was still on scene. She stayed on scene till he went to the hospital, and then she went to the hospital. But his mom and them didn't know anything till I got there, or the other kids got there to let her know what was going on, because I wasn't the person who could tell her that on the phone, and I was the one who called. According to Louderback, Gianna was playing the role of the shocked and scared girlfriend, which, by the way, could be very true. She even went to the hospital to be with Trey as he fought for his life. That was a fight that he lost that night. When you first met her in that situation, like, what was her body language? What did it seem like in that moment?
I wondered if she just genuinely wanted them to fight and then it went too far. I mean, obviously, yeah, but what did she have any idea that the guy was talking about possibly shooting the one she was getting in a fight with? That's my question. Did she know that there was a possibility that the boy could be shot and killed? And was it a plan? Like, if she genuinely thought they were just going to fight, yeah, it's wrong and you shouldn't be doing that. But I don't know if she needs to go to prison for years upon years upon years if she genuinely thought they were just going to fight. At the same time, I mean, it's stupid and irresponsible to be trying to have two people fight over you. You know what I mean? Your mom and them. I looked at that and I was like, what about my mom and them? Hey, Kate, good to see you. We Southerners butcher. Yeah, we do. And Mr. Speculating is straight hillbilly. Teresa's up playing the shocked side girlfriend sounds like Mackenzie Sharilla. I have been asked to go over that case and I don't know much about it. Hey, hobby farmer, good to see you.
She kind of threw me off because she was acting like she didn't know what was going on, like she was hurt. And then, I don't know, when she stepped away from people, she had this look on her face, and I just really didn't understand it.
What was like a angry look,
Smiling?
or what was it like?
She seemed like when she got in front of people, she was kind of freaking out like we were, but like when she walked away, she seemed calm. Like she called her parents, told her parents what was going on, and she was shaky in her voice, but she was still pretty calm on the phone with her parents.
And it kind of similar question as I asked with Devin, because, you know, when it comes out that she's dating this person who passes away and loses their life in this terrible fashion, and then according to police, they said, you know, she was the orchestrator of everything. Like, what was that like for you when her name first came up, you see her mugshot, and then you actually hear what the deputies who investigated say she did?
I just didn't really know what to say because I don't. Trey was the kind of person that everybody loved. Nobody really had anything that they didn't like about him. So I just didn't understand what made her do this. Because Trey's like, if you tell him you don't want to be with him, he's fine. He might be hurt for a little bit, but he'll go on with his life. It's not that big of a deal to him.
But Jazz,
I mean, he looked kind of like a sweetheart. I need to know how she orchestrated it, okay? I need to know if the plan was all along to commit the homicide or if she just thought they were going to fight. Like that's something I'm having an issue with right now. How did she orchestrate it?
says she also saw something else that night in Gianna Kistenmacher. At first, the authorities charged Kistenmacher with accessory before the fact, but then her charge was upgraded to murder. Others who are also charged with murder in this case, and here are their mugshots. Two of them are minors, and their names have not been released. Devin Raper and another suspect, Hunter Kendall, are the only two who have not been granted bond. Law enforcement.
So that boy, I wonder if he's trying to get to know his girlfriend's friend in that prison jumpsuit there, that jail jumpsuit at the juvenile detention. Well, no, he's 19, so he's in the big boy pen.
Have charged the others with similar wording as they have Kistenmacher in saying that they knew Devin Raper allegedly was armed the night that he allegedly killed Trey Wright, and they knew there was going to be a confrontation. An arrest report.
Did you notice? I mean, right there, the two they're wearing the same exact hat, which I guess wouldn't be that weird for the area. So he's got that hat on, and then he's got this hat on. I'm going to back that up, though, because they keep saying they knew there would be a confrontation, but did she know the confrontation was going to end with him getting shot? And again, I mean, just because they're carrying firearms doesn't mean that either, because they're out in the cut. I thought something was on my computer. This one's got a busted up chin. What the crap happened to him? Look at that one. That child don't look like they're older than damn 11. That boy looks about 14. So does that one. She looks young. That one looks like a baby, though. Good gracious, in the morning. All right, I'm going to let it play so we can hear everything clearly that happened.
Released. Devin Raper and another suspect, Hunter Kendall, are the only two who have not been granted bond. Law enforcement have charged the others with similar wording as they have Kistenmacher in saying that they knew Devin Raper allegedly was armed the night that he allegedly killed Trey Wright, and they knew there was going to be a confrontation. An arrest report reads that when Trey Wright allegedly approached the car that Raper was allegedly in, Wright started banging on the window, and at that point, gunshots were fired. The report also said that someone in the car was wearing a ski mask. Before we get back to this episode of On the Case, which is one of the most watched shows on YouTube, I need to talk about our partner and sponsor.
Okay, so she knew there was going to be a confrontation. She knew they had firearms and somebody was wearing a ski mask. The ski mask, as weird as it sounds, the ski mask might do it for me, because the ski mask would tell me you're trying to hide your identity because you intend on like shooting him. Like if y'all were genuinely going out there to fist fight and they had firearms, it wouldn't surprise me much because they're in the country. They probably keep firearms on them. But then you add the ski mask and it's like, okay, well, now somebody's trying to hide their identity, which doesn't match up for just somebody getting in a fist fight. Do you know what I mean? So maybe that's why it's a harsher charge, because they know that like they planned on committing the homicide. Yeah, that last name, it threw me off a little bit too. Yeah, that makes me feel like it would, like, they knew that somebody was gonna get shot because of the ski mask, if that makes any sense.
Suspects out of jail were granted $20,000 bonds, which may seem low for such a serious charge like murder.
Yeah.
I asked South Carolina's civil rights and criminal defense attorney Tyler Bailey about that.
The first thing that went to my head was that this is kind of an unprecedented way to use the hands of one, hands of all jurisprudence, which is something that's used often in South Carolina involving gun crimes or possession of drugs, but I haven't seen it much with murder, especially when you have 9 young people. And it also appears to be a way for the local government
Right.
and sheriff's office to probably combat youth violence, looking at a way to send a message that, young people and kids, teenagers, school starting back, don't assist people who have firearms and are about to engage in altercation, because you have 9 kids or young adults, some teenagers, some 18 or older, who actually helped the accused get to the victim, and the victim tragically lost his life. So it's really unprecedented on those fronts. And then the bail also seems to be low because these are serious allegations that kids or young people, let me rephrase that, are charged with, but the bond does not seem indicative of the seriousness of the crime, which leads me to believe that this could be a way or a tool to get them all involved in the case by law enforcement, and then possibly work out deals south from there.
So I guess what he's saying is they're using that law to get them all arrested and to kind of freak them out because they are so young, but give them a low bond so that their parents can bond them out. And then they have that charge on them. Therefore, they're already freaked out. Their parents are telling them, you need to tell the police what you know. That way they can get the full side of the story. It is very sad. It's sad that that a young man lost his life over something as juvenile as this.
Yeah, because it's from what we know, several of the suspects have been released on $20,000 bonds. The man, Devin Raper, who is accused of firing the shots, he is still being held without bond. What will prosecutors have to prove in these cases of the associates of the person they say fired the shots? What will they need to prove if they were to take these to trial?
They'll need to prove that the associates knew that the accused was going to the location with the intent to commit murder.
Exactly.
Murder of somebody. And they're using the fact that they assisted him. They knew that he had a weapon, and they knew he was going to the altercation, but they're going to need to prove there was intent on the front of the associates that this was going to occur, which is tough. Providing assistance, accessory before the fact of the crime is easier to prove than it is actually that they all participated in the murder with the intent, knowing that the accused was going to go there. He was going to commit a murder by shooting the victim who tragically lost his life. And that's a steep hurdle for the prosecution to make here.
Yeah, I agree. I think the issue is all going to lie with intent. They were going to have to prove that they knew that somebody was going to get shot when they went there. And that should be relatively easy to prove with young teenagers. Text messages. I don't think $20,000 bond is enough either. I mean, it took them $2,000 to bond out of jail. That's it.
Because Gianna Kirstenmacher, who is reportedly the girlfriend of the victim, and she was the first co-suspect with Devin Raper, who was arrested, and it was believed that she was the one, according to law enforcement, who orchestrated this, knowing that the two of them were at odds, that Devin Raper was armed, and that she was bringing Devin Raper to meet Trey Wright. And then it ends in sadly, Trey Wright's death. And originally she was charged with accessory before the fact, and now she is facing a charge of murder. What is the difference between the two? Accessory
before the fact means that they provided assistance to the defendant or the accused here to further his ability to commit the crime. Accessory after the fact is when they provide assistance afterwards with knowledge. But accessory before the fact means that she knew that he was going to go there, and he wanted to, use his firearm to engage in murder, attempted murder.
I mean, but do we know because again, these are country boys. They're probably carrying firearms everywhere. Can we prove that they knew somebody was going to end up using a firearm? Is my question.
Something like that, and she helped them do it by orchestrating the whole thing. Murder, which is a lot of a steeper hurdle, means that she went there and actually helped him commit the murder. It's a little difference. It's a legal distinction.
Now, you heard Tyler say.
Okay, murder means that she went there and actually helped to commit the murder. So do they have her firing a firearm? This reminds me again of a case that I have pulled documents on. The case is older, so it's really hard. I can't figure out how to get the video files to play, but it is the case of Seth Jackson out of Florida from 2011. Amber Wilson, beautiful girl, texted him and had him come over while a guy named Michael Bargo shot Seth Jackson, and then they burned his body, a whole bunch of things. I don't know if they're released yet, but I've got some of the interrogations out on my page, or we've talked about them in the past. This case has reminded me of that.
A hand of one, hand of all. That stems from a 1988 South Carolina Supreme Court case that decided if a crime is committed by two or more people who are acting together in the commission of a crime, then the actions of one person is the act of the others involved. As far as the bonds, there has been criticism for how many suspects were not just allowed bond, but such low bonds. And this picture certainly has made that criticism louder. These are two of the newest suspects that we've learned about who have been charged with murder in this case, 17-year-old Braylon Thompson and 17-year-old Jaden O'Clair. Both were...
Now, for them to be charging all of these people with homicide, they can't have all been there and all pulled the trigger. Hey, Krista, you were just gifted a membership by Peaches McClure earlier, just by the way. Yeah, they don't look 17 at all. It's interesting to me, like, how are we going to convict them of homicide and not accessory? Like, Teresa said, it seems like accessory would be easier to convict. You know what I mean? And you're already going to have a hard time convicting these children because they are children. It's going to be hard to get a jury to convict them to long-term sentences. Sentence them to long-term sentences.
Granted $20,000 bonds, and court records show that they posted bond on the same day. That was August 6th. And then we found this picture of a Snapchat post allegedly made by Thompson of him and O'Clair outside of the Florence County Detention Center. It shows the two of them posing. O'Clair seems to be throwing up a peace sign, and Thompson has a finger in his mouth, showing his teeth like he has a grill. Now, the caption to this picture was, "I'm free," and then a racial slur that I will not say, but I will tell you it begins with the letter N. I reached out to...
So they're being kind of braggadocious, I would say, which is not going to look good. But again, I mean, I don't condone it. I don't think it was at all the right thing to do. I think their parents need to take their damn bones and lock them in a safe somewhere before they get themselves convicted of some shit because they're out here acting a damn fool. But other than that, they're kids. Like, kids are being kids. But then parents need to get a leash on them, or they're going to end up laying everything on Front Street.
The Florence County Sheriff to see if they were aware of this post, and they told me they were. It's unclear what led to Thompson and O'Clair's charges in this case. The prosecutor told a local television station, WPDE, that once they were made aware of that Snapchat post, they filed a motion to modify bond conditions to prevent any more social media posts by the suspects. In the statement, they did not mention Thompson and O'Clair by name. Social media has played a big part in this story, not only because...
Yeah, who would have thought? Carissa, thank you for the correction, and thank you for being here. I said Amber Wilson. It's Amber Wright. I continually do that. Yeah, I pulled the information, and I've actually got 2 USB drives with that information on it, because I feel like Michael Bargo might be more to blame than what he was. Now, he was the youngest person sent to death row in Florida, but no, it was Amber Wilson. A lot of people, I think she got sentenced to prison for the rest of her life. And I feel like, I thought that Michael Bargo might have been telling the truth, that it was like mainly Amber that was behind all of it. So I was kind of digging into that case, but I've got to figure out how to get the video files to play. social media playing a big role in this case, of course, is going to, because they're teenagers. That's why their parents need to get them damn phones and electronics from their children and shut it down and only talk to their attorneys, or they're going to end up being braggadocious, like you just saw them standing outside of the detention center and getting themselves convicted because they're not keeping their mouths shut.
As it shows that Raper and Wright knew each other and that there were provocative Snapchats allegedly sent the night of Tre's murder, and that played a role allegedly in this confrontation with Devin Raper. But also after the murder of Tre Wright, we found a social media post of Corinne Belviso. She is now facing a charge of murder. On June 25th, that is the day after Tre Wright was killed, this is what she posted. It's a link to the GoFundMe page for Tre Wright saying, quote, "They've made a GoFundMe to help Tre's family. If you're able to donate, anything will help. Tre was one of my friends. We're heartbroken. To know him was to love him. LLT." And that stands for Long Live Tre, which has been the battle cry of those remembering him and calling for justice for his death. Belviso's lawyer told WPDE that his client is innocent. He said, quote, "It's really simple. She's not guilty of anything. We've hashed through stories. She's talked with the police. I'm shocked she was charged, and I will defend this case with every breath I have. She's not guilty of anything." Now, we'll see how the legal process will play out in this case. It's a case that in many ways is unprecedented, as you heard Tyler Bailey say, because of how many people are charged in the way this case has been charged. Law enforcement said that they did not take charging so many people with murder lightly. But at the end of the day, this is also a story about a young man who is loved by so many people who is now dead, who had his entire life ahead of him, and that was taken away. Here's our full interview with Jasmine Louderback, the girl who said she rushed to Tre's side the night of his murder, and she lost someone who she considered a brother. Jasmine, how did you know Tre Wright?
Tre started off as just a family friend from the neighbors next door, but then he was over at our house almost every day, so he quickly became family, and he was like a little brother to me.
So they did say there was some provocative photos posted the night of, so I'm wondering if she had relations with this Raper guy, and that could be what the fight was about, maybe. Hey Karen, good to see you. I'll play a little bit more of this. Do y'all want to hear what the friend has to say, or do y'all want to move on to something else?
And was he living with you at the time that everything happened?
At the time, he was staying with me, but he did not live with me.
Okay. And I know that it isn't easy to talk about, but can you explain what you saw the night that he lost his life?
As soon as I came out the doors, he was already lying in the middle of the road. My dad was over top of him. He wasn't really performing CPR because he had seen that Tre got shot kind of where his lungs were. So he was just compressing his chest so that Tre would be able to breathe. And the officer was standing right beside my dad.
What were you doing in that moment?
In that moment, all I could do was just go to Tre's side, but I had to kind of tell him that he was okay and everything was going to be okay, that he didn't need to try and say anything. He just needed to try and breathe and stay awake for us.
What was going through your mind that's such a difficult situation to be in. How did you handle all of that?
In the moment, it was really just an adrenaline rush that helped me handle it.
Yes.
Because I didn't want to see him like that, but I couldn't make myself get away from him. I knew that he had my dad, but I know he needed someone else.
So some of you are saying, yes, I might speed it up. Hey, Rubber, good to see you. If you look on YouTube for Austin Metcalf, you'll be able to easily get caught up. Okay. Good to see you, Indy and Rubber. I'm so glad y'all are here. I'll speed it up a little bit because they're talking, and we'll see. We'll see if we need to move on. Let me know. Y'all have to let me know if it's too fast.
But I did eventually have to get away because I needed to figure out if somebody had done called his mom or his grandma or somebody to get them either out here with us or either to the hospital.
What do you remember about
I know all of this happened, I think, around 11:30, between 11:30 and midnight. What was Trey doing prior to that?
Prior to that, it was really just a normal day. The kids had went to the river right down the road from my house like they always do. They were just playing around, jumping off the bridge. They had came home. They were still goofing off in the yard, just hanging out.
Where did all of this happen?
All of this happened at my house.
So this is right, because I know I've seen pictures of the road and we have the address from police. What is that for people who have never been there? What is that area like?
Did y'all see? Look,
Right, because I know I've seen pictures of the road
that's
and we have the
him
address
at a
from
bond
police.
hearing.
What is that for people who have never?
That's his daddy right there standing beside him, I would think. I don't know if it's his attorney or his daddy. Oh, I hope you feel better, Rubber. I'm sorry, sweetheart.
Been there. What is that area like?
That area is really just everybody knows everybody. We're not blood, but
Hey,
we all
UTD.
consider each other family.
He
Usually,
is.
when people come down there, they feel safe because where I'm from,
Hey, Hannah.
no matter whose kid it is, everybody's gonna look out for them.
Was that like a hangout spot for people? Because I know, like, just based off of what we've been told by law enforcement, it just seems like there was a lot of people there.
Oh, yeah. Anywhere there's a creek or a bridge to jump off of in the country, yeah, you're going to find all the kids there.
That's just usually how my brother and them are. They have a lot of friends, and most of their friends' parents don't really let them go out like that. So my house was like a safe space for everybody. So usually my house was the hangout place for most of the kids.
When
Oh,
you say your brother, do you mean Trey?
Trey and my other little brother.
Other little brother.
Yeah.
What do you want people to know about Trey Wright?
Trey was really just an amazing person.
Hi,
He
Karen.
wasn't really physical. He never really argued like that. He was just a goofball.
Yeah, and it seems like just from the pictures, and we see a lot of outpouring of support on social media from people who met him, that he seems like in a lot of ways just such a life of the party type person. I
He
know
really
it's
was.
Yeah, I mean, I guess for you, like, you've been through a lot, not only with Trey, but I mean, what you've experienced at such a young age. Like, how have you handled the last several weeks?
It's really just been mostly a blur. I take it day by day because I'm used to being around Trey every single day. He considered me his sister too. So we just
Aw.
had that bond. He would pick on me, I would pick on him. And now that he's not here, it's just kind of like dull.
What did you know about? I know the name Gianna is one that's come up, and he was apparently dating her, from what I've read. I mean, what was their relationship?
Gianna and Trey had been dating, but I think they only were dating like for a month, maybe 2 months. But he was getting to the point where he really did like her. It was different from any of the other girls he had been around. He actually wanted to go out his way and be with her. He put everything aside.
Because there's so many people that have been charged in connection to his death. I mean, are these people he knew, or like what was the relationship with all these people who had come together?
I feel like the only 2 people he really knew like that were Devin and Gianna, and even those people, he had just started hanging out with Devin in the springtime. So they've only knew each other a couple months. And I just feel like most of those kids were just acquaintances. I've never heard their names from that night. Like that night was the first time I'd ever heard most of those names.
Yeah, the way she describes it as dull is really sad. Tom said these kids seem not to have the ability to understand long-term consequences for their actions, and that is exactly 100% correct. That's the problem with them nowadays. Hey, Parabola. Yeah, the way she described it is sad. I feel the interviewer is soliciting emotional reactions to increase views. Probably. I think we're about to roll out of this one.
What has it been like seeing those names, though? You see their mugshots, you see the charges that they're faced with, and you saw what happened that night, and you've lived it. What's it been like to just see all of those people and what police say they did?
It's just really crazy. Like, I don't understand how there's that many people around the situation and kind of have an idea what's about to happen, but don't tell their friend to like stop and think about this, or we don't need to do this.
That's a good point.
It's really insane to me.
Because he knew Devin Raper. Did he ever say anything about him, or what was their relationship?
He never really said anything about him. They just hung out mostly. Trey liked to come to the beach a lot. He was into the truck shows and stuff. So Devin knew where to go, what to do. So they were really just friends through that. Devin had never came and hung out with Trey in Johnsonville or anything like that.
All right, we're going to move on to something else. That was the story of, it was a love triangle where a cheerleader called her boyfriend and like ex-boyfriend out, and the boy got shot, young child, and all of her friends are in jail now. Parabola. Miss North said his presence is missing from his friend's life, and that's very correct. Yeah, Tanya, along with a couple other people, said the interviewer is horrible. I think he's trying to, again, elicit emotional reactions to get more views, and he's got to be careful because they're all young children. So he's got to be careful not to jeopardize the court case. Yeah, no feelings. The girl is doing so well, I feel, in her little interview. Yeah. Teens don't think ahead, and we do know that. I agree 100% on that. Okay, I got one with Emmanuel Haro. This one is another one that I had pulled up before we get into the topics of the day, even though we're an hour in. And it says that 2 years, I think, let me go ahead and get it pulled up. Mom finds out the dangerous secret behind her baby's death 2 years after his death. It's only a 4-minute video. I thought we'd watch real quick.
Year-old woman who has been grieving the death of her 3-month-old baby. Chloe Evans is a 26-year-old woman who has been grieving the death of her 3-month-old baby boy, which happened unexpectedly. Before we continue, please take some time to subscribe to Daily Dose, like, and share this video with your friends. The distraught mother described her baby Mackenzie Bryan Evans as perfectly healthy. The 3-month-old died on December 9th, 2021, and Evans opened up about what it was like to lose her child without knowing what took his life.
So I'm assuming they said it was SIDS. I did have a video up from the homie, but yeah, if they put the homie on that case, yeah, that shit would be solved quick, fast, and in a hurry. Miss North said, very sad. Geez, 3 girls, 4 boys. Unfortunately, the DA is going to have issues making all those cases. Sad but true. It is. I think they're trying to charge them to get them to talk, and they're going to drop or lower the charges later down the road on that case.
Evans was enjoying the first 3 months of her newborn's life, and just like she had done every night, she put her baby down to sleep. She woke up to him not breathing. Evans was confused and in shock. She called an ambulance, and when they performed CPR, Mackenzie Bryan was announced dead. He was really healthy, and he went to bed, and I just couldn't get over it the next day, she expressed. Evans spent years trying to process her child's death, especially because she felt he died for no reason. As she searched for answers, she relied on medical emergency services and mental health support facilities. Evans did not give up on getting to the bottom of her son's death. She understood the pain of losing a child, but seeking closure was even more painful. I wouldn't want another parent to...
When my hair started thinning,
gosh.
I wanted...
I'm wondering if it's a case of SIDS or if they're starting to find out like other actual medical reasons behind SIDS. Because I feel like SIDS is something we shouldn't have to deal with in this day and age, you know?
Expressed Evans. Chloe Evans painfully buried her son with no answers. Evans had to go through the pain of waiting a month before she could bury her son. Mackenzie Bryan was eventually buried on January 10th, 2022, and the mother was forced to let go of her child without answers. During her time of grief, Evans tried to make use of multiple resources to get support. She confessed that she and her family had good and bad days, but wished she had more support from medical facilities. Evans admitted that she had seen a few general practitioners, GP, and relied on a number of mental health helplines. But the support I've had hasn't been the best. I've had to wait nearly 2 years to see a counselor face-to-face, she added. The mother of 2 wished she had had more opportunities to speak to counselors and have a safe space where she could be open about her feelings. Even though she was not completely satisfied with the medical assistance she received, Evans appreciated the immense support from her grandparents. Although life has not been easy without her son, Evans is still grateful for the short time she had with her son. He will remain in our hearts forever, said the mother of 2. She also has a 7-year-old that paid tribute to his little sibling and said, "Good night, gorgeous brother."
Aww.
2 years later, Chloe Evans finally learns the cause of her son's death.
Yes.
Evans spent 2 years not knowing what took her son's life. But on June 6, 2023, a post-mortem examination revealed that there was no medical explanation for why Mackenzie Bryan died. Mackenzie Bryan's cause of death was listed as sudden infant death syndrome, SIDS, also known as a cot death that is usually unexpected and unexplained, as it can happen to any healthy baby. Sudden infant death syndrome, SIDS, is every parent's fear.
Yes, it is very scary. I used to get up at night and just look and make sure my baby was breathing. It's a scary thing. Kate said, when I had my baby in February, the doctor told me they know that SIDS is something wrong in the brain, and now there is SIDS and something. SIDS is unexplained death of a baby under the age of 1 year old, and it often happens under 6 months. I'm glad that they found some research on it. I wish that we could make it stop happening, because like the person said, and like you guys have pointed out, it can happen to any healthy baby that's under a year old.
Makes it difficult to determine the cause of death because it usually affects infants before 6 months and
Really?
Help me tailor my pitch to a more casual tech client.
Why are you doing this on the internet? Like, do it at home in the privacy of your own thing and stop making commercials about it, please.
their sleep. Unfortunately, SIDS happens more often than parents would
I'm
like
so
it to.
sorry.
According to
I
U.S.
know.
Centers
I'm
for
sorry,
Disease
love.
Control and Prevention, 3,400 deaths occur from it each year. Researchers have tried to understand how SIDS happens and have speculated that the syndrome may result due to a defect in the part of the brain that controls sleep and breathing. New evidence has come
Okay.
up to support this theory. Researchers have compared babies who survived SIDS and those who were victims of it and discovered that children who died had low levels of an enzyme called butyrylcholinesterase, BCH. Children with a low level of BCH are more at risk because it makes it difficult for them to wake up when they have problems breathing. In a normal situation, when babies struggle to breathe, they're reportedly usually on tummies and cry in response to the discomfort. The unexplained syndrome haunts multiple parents, and many doctors have advised new parents to lay their
Oh,
babies on their backs and ensure that no toys are around them. Parents are also asked to avoid heavy blankets that would overheat the children and impact their ability to breathe. Although medical professionals do their best to give parents tips to save their children from SIDS, most of it is still uncontrollable. But on a positive note,
yeah.
researchers' findings on BCG allow them to identify the possibilities of babies that could be victims of SIDS before anything tragic happens.
So that was the end of that. I'm sorry again, Keo. I wasn't thinking when I brought it up. I didn't know if you were still here or not, but I know that you had some experience with that, and I'm so sorry for your loss. That's why it makes me, I'm like, we got to be able in this day and age to be finding out some explanation or resources as to why it happens. Miss North says she feels like it could be an unidentified seizure disorder, or like Miss Teresa said, kind of like sleep apnea in babies. I think that's, yeah, what it is. Basically, they just stop breathing. But I wish I saw that they identified an enzyme that could be like knowing that they're low on that enzyme. And I'm wondering what we can do now. Like, give them, is there a way to supplement that type of enzyme, or a way to identify babies that don't have enough of that enzyme, and maybe, make sure they have oxygen when they sleep or something to that effect. Yeah, I don't think they have a monitor for it, but I'm wondering if they could. Like that, I think that would be a good idea. Hey, Kalisa. Cindy said there was a back to sleep campaign years ago, and that's why it's important for babies to sleep on their back rather than their tummy. And I remember when mine were little, they said not to put blankets and pillows and stuff in the bed, but I kept mine in the bed with me. So probably shouldn't have done that. All right. Now we're going to talk about Emmanuel Haro. I did have this video that I'm about to pull up, and I've got I think an article and a couple other videos we're going to talk about. I saw this one on my page. I don't know if it's going to be new information or not. It's a new video, and it says missing baby Emmanuel's father, Jake Haro, speaks from behind bars. So I figured we would see what this court TV video had to say. Hopefully there won't be a bunch of ads. If so, I'll switch to YouTube.
Emmanuel Haro. He's speaking out for the first time from behind bars. Now, it's been almost 3 weeks since Jake and Rebecca Haro told police that their infant son had been kidnapped from a store parking lot. Following searches at their home, police arrested the couple, and they've been charged with the murder of their 7-month-old baby. But still, there's no sign of baby Emmanuel. This is what authorities believe has happened to him.
Do you believe you know how baby Emmanuel died or was killed, and is there anything you can share?
The filing in this case reflects our belief that baby Emmanuel was abused, victim of child abuse over time, and that eventually, because of that abuse, he succumbed to those injuries.
Now, what does that mean? Like, if we break it down, how do they know that is what I want to know. How do you know that he was a victim of child abuse over time? Are we taking that from the fact that that's what Jake Haro did to Promise Rose? Carolina Rose, later renamed Promise, or do we have some kind of verification of that? Like, have they confessed? UT said it measures heart rate and blood pressure, I think. Are you talking about, oh, she said, I think they do have an ankle monitor now that sends an alert to your cell phone if the baby stops breathing. That is amazing. Now I need the hospitals to give them out for free, especially to babies that are low on that enzyme. That would be way better. Cindy said co-sleeping is controversial. However, many babies do extremely well with sleeping with or very near a parent. Research safe company sleeping. Yeah, I wouldn't advise it, but that's what I did. I wish they would come out with what they knew as far as Emmanuel as well. Thank you, Mark. I was glad to see you going over some stuff too. Sandra went over one of the cases that we're going to talk about as well today that I found very interesting from what I've looked so far in on it. I don't know everything. We're going to get on that in a minute. Hey, Becky, good to see you. Hio said, I'm guessing it's a reasonable deduction that he has a past experience with child violence. I'm thinking so too, but I want to know more.
Now, Jake Haro reportedly joined investigators in the search for baby Emmanuel, but still no sign of him. And in the interview with the Southern California News Group, Jake would not confirm that he helped in the search, but insisted that he's innocent and has been completely cooperative. When asked what he would say to his baby Emmanuel, he responded, I love you, buddy. So let's talk about this case.
I love you. But you have a fucked up way of showing love. Like, evidently, from what I've seen, he likes to put hands on the people that he loves. So is that love? I don't think so. And saying, I love you, buddy, that's what you would say. It makes me furious. Honestly, it gets my heart rate up and I want to punch somebody in the face. Tom said, I'm going to jump in the bathtub with my toaster if I have to listen to Rebecca crying again. No doubt. I keep saying there needs to be a child abuse registry. There does. There really does. And CPS needs to keep track of those people. Kalisa said, I'm wondering if maybe because there was 2 different counties involved, if maybe the DA and sheriff didn't have all the information but thought they did. It's a possibility. It's hard to get 2 different counties to cooperate with each other a lot of the times. One of them will want to be the head of everything. So that's a good possibility.
Let's bring back in retired NYPD Detective Rob O'Donnell,
yeah, he loved him to death.
Formerly with the NYPD, private investigator Manuel Gomez with Black Ops Private Investigators.
Okay. I'll go ahead and play it. It's only 8 minutes, so I usually don't play when all these people talk because,
Well, let me begin with you, please. Where does the search go from here?
Well, unfortunately, I think the search is still continuing in the area where he originally took them, because as I stated in the past, there's mountain lions, there's vultures, there's coyotes that are in that area that would clearly take a baby. And I doubt he dug a deep grave. And
I think if that were the case, the cadaver dogs would hit on something. And I've got another video we're going to talk about from our favorite person on the Tierra that is played on YouTube by Fat and Opinionated that says different. True Crime with Mark said August 5th, 2025 through and including August 14th of 2025, defendant willfully and unlawfully committed the homicide of baby Emmanuel. And so do they know that something happened, like he got upset with him or abused him in some way, shape, or form the 5th through the 14th? And that's how he died. I'm not so sure, because we do know that the last sighting of Emmanuel Haro was on August 5th. I do believe that has been confirmed by police. I know that's what news agencies are reporting, because I saw it in an article. I thought I had it, but I don't. So as of August 5th, that was the last time that anybody saw baby Emmanuel Haro. So does that mean that, are they saying that sometime between the last time anybody else outside of the house saw Emmanuel and the day that he was reported missing, he died, which is what I think it means? Or does it mean that Jake Haro started abusing Emmanuel on August 5th and abused him through the 14th and he died in that time period? I hope you have a good day, Indy. The guy who said "Hola" in court was disrespectful and funny as fuck. I agree with that statement. It was disrespectful, but he was funny. That's great. We finally have a last proof of life for the baby. As far as what everybody is reporting, it's August 5th. That's what news agencies are saying. So I think that we can feel pretty confident in that.
And unfortunately, there's a lot of predators in that area that would take the remains of that body. But the one thing about this case that nobody's talking about and needs to focus on is the outrageousness of the judge's decision, Julie. This case shows the red flags in our judicial system that there's currently no guardrails in place.
He needs to
Okay,
talk
well, while it's on advertisement, we have talked about that extensively, and the fact that it wasn't just the judge, it was the DA as well. You've got to present the correct type of charges so that the correct sentence can be set forth upon the defendant. You can't, you got to present the right charges. It's an official filed document. I can send it to you. Oh yeah, I've got it. I appreciate it, Mark, though. That's awesome. And I appreciate you doing what you can out there in this area to get the information on this case. You're doing a wonderful job with that.
To remove a judge who is judicially incompetent. Right now, judges across the United States can be unlimited decisions overturned for improper rulings, and they still stay on the bench.
Mark, if you don't have the 17-page document that basically gives the information on the court case for Carolina Rose, I can send that to you if you would like. It's on my Patreon, but I can send it to you. And then True Crime, I've got all of the documents, but the other ones have True Crime with Strategic Eyes logo on it. There's like 3 or 4 documents that talk about Jake Haro's previous charges, and you can use those documents. You would just have to say you got them from Strategic Eyes and give him credit, but mine doesn't have any watermark on it, the 17-page document, so you can use it and you don't have to give anybody credit. If you will email me, I will send them over to you if you want to go over them on your channel.
Right now, our system relies on the public's belief that our judicial system is fair, just, and equitable. It is not just when we leave a justice like this still on the bench. He needs to be removed.
I appreciate what you're saying there, Manuel. So for anybody who doesn't know what happened here, so Jake Haro had a felony child abuse case for badly hurting his 10-week-old baby girl. And this was a few years ago. And the district attorney, when he gave a press conference, he said essentially what you said, Manuel, that this was just an outrageous decision by the judge to give this man what's called a suspended sentence, essentially, and probation. I never liked suspended sentences. I feel like it's like a legal fiction. You're either incarcerated or you're not. Here he was not. And so the DA says that's how this murder happened. Let's take a listen.
In this case, a judge here in Riverside County happened to have been a visiting judge from San Bernardino County.
Thank you.
Gave Mr. Haro a suspended sentence, which means, if I can translate for you what that is, it means that instead of sending him to prison, he chose to give him probation. I will say that it was an outrageous error in judgment by this judge. And I don't have any problem saying that. I'm not attacking the judge personally. That decision was absolutely outrageous. Mr. Haro should have been in prison at the time that this crime happened. And if that judge had done his job as...
I clicked on the ad. I mean, while that is true, it's an outrageous decision by the judge. It's also not the proper charges from the DA. If the charge had been what it needed to be, which was assaulting a child under the age of 8 causing permanent paralysis, there is no other sentence except life in prison with the possibility of parole. So if the DA, sir, Mr. Mike Hestron, Mr. DA, if the DA had charged him with that, then the judge could not have ruled that way. Tom, I know that they put it in chat, but I did not write it down. You suddenly feel a need to watch The Godfather. Yeah, email. I dropped my email, Mark. And Hio said she sent me those documents, so I probably got them on my drive that I can send you if you'd like to go over them. Becky said some are saying the DA also undercharged him, so this performative outrage is mute. Exactly. Yes. Let me grab my.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
Yes, ma'am. Exactly. Kate said, so upset with Rebecca. She's had every opportunity to come clean about the abuse, and she won't. It's so sad. It makes me think she's just as bad as him. I mean, exactly. Hey, Edith, my love. She has to be more culpable than she is letting on, or else she would have come clean. If it was all legitimately abuse, he did everything. He was abusing me. He abused my baby. I didn't mean for this to happen. I should have done something, etc., etc. She would have said that by now. But she is in some way culpable. Therefore, she's going to keep sticking by her story because she knows she's more responsible, and they're either both equally responsible or she did it, which with his record, I would think that they're both equally responsible. Oh, you're good, Becky. The DA isn't taking responsibility for his office's part in this fiasco. Exactly, Teresa. Mark said the judge's name is Judge Dwight W. Moore. I'm going to write it down this time. Yep, Dwight Moore. Okay. Cara said, I think she's as bad as him. Allegedly, people who knew her from high school said she's extremely manipulative. And I heard that she was also in a special education class, evidently. Oh, hold on. We're muted.
DA also noted that this was over the DA's office objection, that the prosecutors on the case did, in fact, object. Rob O'Donnell, what's that like when you're asking for someone to stay incarcerated, to have a sentence of incarceration, whatever the case is, bond or sentencing, whatever, and the judge goes against what the recommendation is from your DA?
Well, it's infuriating, and you see here the results of that. We have a child that's no longer with us because of the negligence of this judge.
Okay, y'all are pissing me off. The DA should have charged him correctly. Don't make me call court TV.
And make no mistake, the prior guest was 100% right. This is the negligence on the judge. This child would still possibly be with us today if this person was in jail and punished to the extent he should have been punished.
But the DA did not charge him correctly either. Like, why is everybody leaving that shit out?
I also want to applaud the investigators in this. And in any case, you can never go into these cases with tunnel vision. And we know how this stopped with a possible abduction in a parking lot. You can't go into any case that started an investigation with tunnel vision and just purely looking at that. And in a time of finite resources, to look at everything as you come into this, to where we saw where this case specifically went. That's why things take time in these investigations. That's why if you're ever involved in an investigation as a victim or as a family member of a victim, things may not be moving as fast as you would like them to, because investigators, we are looking at every possible scenario. And this way you can prioritize resources to kind of focus on where you think this is going. And not shortly into this, they started to go with, there was foul play here.
This is really helpful insight you're sharing, Rob. Thank you for that.
So Kalisa said the recommendation was 2 years. That's the most he could have gotten for that charge. And we know he got a suspended 6-year sentence. So I was looking it up, but I didn't get the sentence. Basically, what I got was the Penal Code 273A subsection B. And this law states any person who willfully causes or permits a child to suffer unjustifiable physical pain or mental suffering, who willfully causes or permits the health or safety of a child to be in danger, is guilty of willful child cruelty to a child. This includes actions that do not result in severe physical harm but still pose substantial risk to the child's well-being. For example, leaving a child unattended in a dangerous environment can lead to legal consequences under this code. And it just was not the correct charge for what he did. If he was charged correctly, it would not have been willful child cruelty. The correct charge for what he did was, again, assaulting a child under 8, causing permanent paralysis, because that's what he did.
I want to ask you both the same question. If this guy is cooperating, he's saying he's cooperating, his words, not mine.
Yeah.
So if he's willing to talk with detectives, then what tactics do you use to try to get to the truth with him if you do in fact believe that he did this homicide? Manuel, I'll start with you, please.
Well, with a guy like this, one of the things you're going to use is you're going to offer him sentence reduction. You're going to tell him that he can get the death penalty, which is clearly on the table in this situation. Okay, and you can let him know that he can get, instead of 40 years, he might get 10 years. That's one of the tactics they're going to be using this. It's clear to me that he's playing the police. He's trying to tell them, yeah, I'm going to help you. I'm going to work with you. I'm going to make a deal with you and write it out. And it's proven to me that happened, because he wouldn't have been out there searching for that body with them if he didn't cut a deal with his attorney.
But he told them that he rolled over on the baby while they were sleeping, and that's not what happened. Because if he had rolled over on the baby while the baby was sleeping and he buried him in the Moreno Valley so he could go back and mourn over the loss of his son, number one, they would have found the baby that day, or some type of remains sent with the cadaver dogs of a baby Emmanuel. And number two, the DA would not have come out here and said that Emmanuel's death is more than likely, or is the result of abuse over a long period of time. Rolling over on a baby in the middle of the night while you're sleeping is not abuse over a long period of time. So everything that happened with this deal that he struck to go out there that resulted in them looking in the Moreno Valley with the cadaver dogs and the searchers is null and void, because they didn't find the baby, and the DA came out and said that Emmanuel suffered abuse over a long period of time. While we're talking about Emmanuel, I did drop Mark's link in the chat. Make sure you guys go check him out. He's been going in the area and getting video footage of outside the Big Five. He was at the court hearing. So if you want updates and things like that, I feel like Mark's going to be following this case very closely. So Kalisa said that's a good point, which she said, how many more monsters has these people let out that we don't know about? And that's a good question, because I mean, yeah, who else has been able to get out of jail in California on such light charges? Kalisa said, and we know they do backroom deals. The DA will undercharge so that they can secure the conviction, because a high number of convictions makes the DA look good and win re-election. Exactly. I can't agree more. Mark said, we'll be there Thursday for the hearing, hopefully. Awesome. That sounds great. If you're able to make it there, I'll stream you if you're able to stream.
That's a fact. The thing is that I don't believe he's going to show exactly where the body is, because he's going to make it look like, well, you know what? I tried, but the body wasn't there, or I really didn't kill the kid. And he keeps flip-flopping back in the story. So he's a liar. But I do believe that the jury's going to find this guy guilty, regardless of not having a body, which is going to make it extremely difficult for the prosecutor to prosecute in this case.
Rob, the same question to you, please. What tactics would you use with this guy?
With his past history of abuse here that we know and is documented, pulling on his heartstrings as a father is probably going to be difficult, but you would go in that direction to say, hey, let's give your child a place of rest. Let's get some conclusion here. You as a man, you as a father, you as a person, you need to help us here, because you are going to spend your time in jail. There's no getting away from that. But you can do the right thing here. You can make up for the wrongs you did, and kind of get him in a personal place to where, you kind of coax him to agree with him. We can make this better by you telling us the truth. And in fact, you're just looking to get the prosecution that you need to get on this case, because without the body, it is going to be difficult. The prior case, a defense attorney is going to do everything they can to make that non-admissible. So the jury may never know that.
Right. Excellent points you both are making. And
But the DA already said that they're going to use the 1109, which basically means his former act of violence is going to be used against him. The district attorney, I mean, the prosecutor, the defense attorney, I think is going to have a hard time keeping that out of court. As far as appealing to his compassions as a father, saying that Emmanuel needs to be laid to rest, I don't think he has any compassion as a father. I don't think he had any kind of emotional attachment to any of his children. That's why he was able to abuse them.
For anybody who missed the DA's press conference, he said it's their belief that it was a series of abusive incidents, not just one, a series of incidents that then ultimately led to the death of this poor child. The search continues. Any developments, we will report it. Rob O'Donnell and Manuel Gomez, I could talk to you both all day. Thank you both so much.
Okay, so that was that. I got something else we're about to jump to. UTD said, I have some strong opinions of what tactics to use. Some waterboarding would be good with me. Tom said, so their oil eye man punched Rebecca, then fat ass rolled over on the baby, and they buried him in a field but went back and couldn't find him. Okay, got it. Pretty much, that's what we know. They can't pull on heartstrings that don't exist. Amen. Cara said, I think he's a psychopath and has no emotional attachment to anyone. Exactly. I agree. And Mrs. North said they probably texted each other about the situation. Probably. Okay, I wanted to come over here. I saw a video earlier, and I don't know if that was it, but it showed what appeared to be what y'all were talking about with Rebecca smacking. It was allegedly Rebecca smacking a baby in a high chair. Okay, but there was a lot of AI videos used. And I wasn't so sure if it was legit or not. Let me see. It's not here now. Evidently, my page reloaded. So let me see if I mailed it to myself, but I don't know if I'll be able to pull it up. Oh, yep. This might be it. Okay, right there. Now, I have an issue with this. No, that don't look like Rebecca to me, okay? I'm going to push play. I wish I could have like a thing to go back. But this allegedly, I'm going to refresh it so you guys can see it from the beginning. Watch this video right here. It's allegedly Rebecca smacking the shit out of a baby in a high chair. That really is somebody.
As well as what most likely led to the arrest of Rebecca and Jake.
That really was Rebecca Haro. That really is somebody smacking the shit out of a baby right there. And that appears to be Rebecca, but let me, I wish I could take it back. She doesn't have a car like that, okay? And we don't know for sure that that's Rebecca, and we're going to continue watching this video. Now, we know that's the arrest video.
Big updates in this case. First off, we finally have Jake Haro's booking information, and it's pretty much the same as Rebecca's. He's also being charged with murder with malice. He's being held without bail, and his next court date is also August 26th. They didn't say why he took longer to be processed, but they did say that they believe he was the one who
Now, all of those videos up until this point looked accurate. That does not look like their house to me. I don't remember them having bars on the window, and it looked like a wooden house, and I don't think there was another house that close, right? Okay? Trying to point out some things to you guys so we can figure this out together, okay? I think that is a house in California. However, I don't think it's the Haro's house. We're going to continue with the video.
Who took Emmanuel's life, and they were possibly using this time to interrogate him. Now, when authorities searched the home, they found a substantial...
Okay, these things are fake. I'm going to mute it. I'll let it play because I'm going to start it over again in just a second. Now, this is staged. This is staged for some type of photograph. There's a coat and a glove, and they're putting markers up under them. First of all, if they put a marker there, they would not touch the actual item. This is all staged, okay? For the video, it's like, clips that they use to portray their point.
Amount of blood on the carpet and on the floorboards, and they were even removed.
See, this is not accurate. It's a video that people are using to portray a point. Yeah, I think it's just clickbait, and I'm kind of trying to show you guys why I think that.
moving the floorboards to check if he was underneath. And there
Now here you see a girl going into a basement. Obviously, that's just, I mean, because they're talking about floorboards. This person put in, you know, floorboards being removed or something, and you see a girl that's completely unrelated to the case going down in a basement. All right, I'm gonna start this over again, and I'm gonna try to pause it, and we're gonna talk about specifically the video with somebody smacking the shit out of a baby in a high chair and the dumpster. Let's talk about that real quick. Okay, right here, this woman smacking the shit out of a baby. That did not look like Rebecca Haro at me. She was she was way too skinny. And they're pointing at this woman saying that this is Rebecca Haro, but Rebecca Haro doesn't drive this type of vehicle. Remember, they had a white truck and then like a red SUV. So I think that somebody is taking videos from other cases and saying that it's them. Now, while that person looks like they could be Rebecca Haro, I actually think that's a case where the woman threw the baby in the dumpster, but the baby ended up living. That's what that looks like to me. UTD said, wasn't there a field and a freeway behind the house? There was. At that house that we saw, there wasn't a house that close. Miss North said, okay, so if they actually did find blood, they could be using that as proof of his death. Babies have a very small amount of blood. That's true. They could. I feel they have signs of abuse on Jake and Rebecca's phones, either videos or pictures showing it or at Google searches. Great point, Hannah. That could be exactly what it is. And that would make sense, even if they haven't confessed. Because remember, he said that they haven't confessed. Even the jailhouse confession they hadn't done. So that is a great point, Hannah. You might be right on it there. We're going to continue watching. I'm keeping it muted. Now, all this is legitimate footage that we've seen pertaining to the case. Yeah, it doesn't look like Rebecca. And again, I think that's the case of a baby who got thrown in a dumpster and somebody saw it and then they went and got the baby and the baby ended up living and being adopted. Now, again, we're talking about this house. That is not Jake and Rebecca Haro's house. It does have, you know, guards over the windows. I didn't remember seeing that in Jake and Rebecca's house. Also, their house appeared to be wooden. And there is another house right here. There is a privacy fence in between. So that's somebody else's residence. They're just using the footage to portray a point. That baby and this, again, there's another one. They're using the footage to portray a point. So the baby in the high chair, again, I'm going to refresh it one more time because it starts and it goes so quick. I really don't think that's Rebecca Haro. Whoever it is needs to be put under the prison for doing that shit, though. Here it is real quick. I really don't think that's Rebecca Haro. And I know that's not. Again, I think that's a different case completely. Tom said, beat first wood chipper to anyone throwing a baby in a dumpster. Yep. I think the digital evidence might be their downfall as well. All right, now we're going to jump over to my YouTube. Let me save this video for us to talk about later. Hold on. Okay. I know you can't see it yet. I'm working on getting it pulled up. They have some kind of evidence to know he was abused in past. They have to. Like, they have to. Nope. I want this one. And with him saying that he didn't confess, maybe he really didn't. Oh, what? Did I not save it? Hold on. I don't know why it's taking so long to load. Let me close some of this stuff out. Okay. This one. All right, we're going to jump over to Fat and Opinionated. And he's going to play a video from On the Tierra. I got it to the point where we're talking about On the Tierra. And so we're going to listen to that. Now, On the Tierra is talking about people saying that work at a landfill, saying that the police might be searching the landfill. Hannah said yes, and it's not smart for them to show their hand at this point because they are prosecuting a no-body homicide, unfortunately. Exactly right. So That's probably, yeah, that's a great point. Without having a body, they're going to have to be very, very careful with this case and making sure that they keep everything valid. Cross every T, dot every I, so to speak. Shelby said, I think the part with the girl throwing the baby in the dumpster is from a video years ago of a case of a teen who gave birth and didn't want the baby and threw it out. I remember that. And I think I've looked into it. Oh, yeah. We're going to talk about that if we have time. I looked into it and I remember seeing that baby that got thrown in the dumpster was adopted and doing well and lived. For that particular case where that video was from. Indy said, I was weirdly at Walmart once and a woman with a crying baby in her cart slapped the baby in the face. I said, what do you think you're doing? She said, fuck off. Fuck off. So I called the police. I would have too. That's insane. What the hell? Smacking the baby. I can't stand stuff like that. Yeah, there's a video of a grandfather who put cocaine in his granddaughter's ice cream. We're going to talk about if we have time. Kate said, I think the girl was from New Mexico. I remember that case. So sad. Dumpster divers found the baby and saved its life. That's it. That's that case. And the baby lived, was adopted and lived. And it was a happy ending after all.
Then I'll be right back with more.
Hi.
That's my roommate.
I'm a news reporter. Yeah.
So on the Tierra has entered the chat. I'm going to drop the link for Fat and Opinionated because that's whose video I'm using. You will also find it in the description box. Cindy said this case is being investigated behind the scenes for a reason. We will know when they release it, and I'm here for it. Me too. Hey, Pisces. Yeah, I need to be cleaning my house. I've been packing.
No, unfortunately, no. Do you mind if I ask you a question or two?
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
So, have you ever seen Jake or Rebecca around here? The parents?
No, I cannot say outrightly no.
Do you know anybody that in this property that knows them?
No, I do not believe they do.
Oh, okay.
No.
So nobody's ever came around here asking for them, or?
Nope. No, they have not. If they could see the cameras and that.
Did you show them?
Well, I tried to, but they couldn't get it up. They couldn't show the film of the trash can.
Oh, the trash can.
Yeah, because I guess they threw the baby's clothes in there or something.
Oh, really?
That's what I heard.
So people were here investigating that rumor as a possible factual lead, quite possibly?
Yes, sir.
What trash can was that, ma'am?
A couple weeks ago before I went to the hospital when Channel 3 station came out.
Eddie from Channel 3?
Yeah.
Okay, shout out to Eddie.
Yeah. He came out and knocked on my door when the paramedics were here taking me.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
Because I was having bad anxiety attacks.
Uh-huh. Are you good? Are you okay now?
Well, yeah, no. My husband has a court date and he needs to get released. And Tehachapi, I have a lot of stuff on Tehachapi State Prison.
Tehachapi has entered the chat.
Yep.
Mark said people are so nice in that area. Community came together for Emmanuel. That's amazing. Yeah, he has entered the chat. That is investigative reporting. And he said, I have a friend that married this dumb woman when we were young, like 25, because she was pregnant with twins. Oh my goodness. The video of the Good Samaritan saving the autistic from the monorail at Hershey's Park. He's a real superhero. I have to look into it. I'll look into it and see if we can talk about it tomorrow. I sure will. Yeah, Ahmed and Mark are on it big time.
On the tira. What trash can exactly was it? Oh, this trash can here. I'm gonna go look. What was your name?
My name's Janet Julian.
Thank you, Shannon.
Janet.
Oh, Janet. Thank you, Janet.
You're welcome, sir.
Bye. The trash can has entered the chat. Now, it's quite convenient that on the 14th is actually trash day on the tira. the Moreno Valley landfill has entered the chat.
Killing me with that.
I don't see no baby clothes here, Holmes, but August 14th.
That was 2 weeks
Wait
ago.
a minute. Ma'am, what day is trash day here? Tuesday.
Yeah.
So Tuesday was the 12th.
Yeah.
So the baby was reported missing on the 14th. So if they wanted to throw the baby in the trash can, they would have had to have thrown him on Tuesday, correct?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Janet. Bye. We're headed to the dump in Moreno Valley. So we came up with a new clue that Tuesday is trash days for the dumpsters. And
Mark said, I went to the landfill and law enforcement was there, but not sure for what. It was a highway patrolman. Really? Hey, Mandalorian. I like him too, asking all the questions. Lamb Canyon landfill. Really? That's really interesting. That's amazing. I mean, I hope that they are there. I think that that's where Emmanuel's at, but I don't think they're going to find him.
Thursday is trash day for the trash. Now, I remember seeing trash at the back of the property, and I just came back just to see if, in fact, there is a trash can there. All signs are taking me to the dumpster in Moreno Valley, where this trash goes from Calzone on the theater. Oh, the trash cans have entered the chat. Now you see what's going on here at the Haro residence. The dump has entered the chat. Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun.
Coincidentally, there's a dumping ground right along Gilman Springs Road in the Badlands in Moreno Valley.
Why do they call it the Badlands? Mama Mia said he has new info, but being careful because of the sheriff and the DA. I don't doubt it. He's been out there hitting the streets. A lot of people have, and I'm so appreciative to everybody who's going out there and hitting the streets and trying to get the information. I do want to be careful to protect the validity of the case, but I do appreciate him and Mark and everybody going out and getting info for us and, finding out what everybody in the community saying. Nothing there except coyotes and criminals. But why is it called the Badlands?
We're on our way there next to see if, in fact, my sources and my theory is correct. Hi, on the tira. The Badlands have entered the chat here along Gilman Springs Road in Moreno Valley at the Wasteland Disposal Center. We're going to go see if there's been any activity there, not Lambs Canyon, here in the Badlands. Dispensa on the tira. It's just so sad that little Emmanuel is in this canyon and there's absolutely nothing that we can do about it. We're going to go see if there is any activity along Gilman Springs Road in the Badlands, where authorities believe, quite possibly, that little Emmanuel might have lived his last moments on this earth. Spencer on the tira. This portion of our story brings us to the Badlands disposal site here in Moreno Valley. Now, Tuesday is trash day for dumpsters, which you've seen there, where allegedly stories came out that little clothes were found in the dumpster. We talked to the lady, you heard it yourself. And by the way, I made a comment on a live and I mentioned Hector Haro, and I come to understand he was cremated, so I retract that statement. I was thinking about the cousin, and tying into everything else. And people were obviously throwing speculation to be looking in the grave of the cousin and whatnot. And so I apologize if I got the cousin and the brother mixed up. But you can see here that the dumpster has entered the chat.
Tanya said it's so sad how they just discarded this child and he can't be found. I agree. I don't. They discarded him to hide their deeds, and so much time has elapsed that he won't. I feel like he won't be found, and I think they did it to hide the abuse that he suffered. Kalisa said that he's finding out info from the people in the community who might not talk to cops or maybe law enforcement. Hasn't thought to ask the people he is talking to. And he's getting information that way, and I'm appreciative to everybody doing it.
Check it out. Is there a foreman I could talk to or anybody on the record? Yeah. Was there any police activity here in the last few days that you could talk about?
No, there hasn't been no police activity.
You were never asked to keep it hush hush with sheriff's deputies checking the landfill for quite possible Emmanuel Haro?
No. As far as that, we haven't had any activity here. So there's really not much we can speak on because there's nothing been going on here regarding.
So that's just absolute no.
Yeah, no. We haven't had nothing about it.
Are you guys tied in? Is this the same landfill as the Badlands?
The Lambs Canyon.
The Lambs Canyon? Yes. So it all ties in together?
It doesn't tie in, but we are Riverside County. So
can you drive from here to there without going through the 60? You have to go around. Okay, so no activity on this side. No. Okay, thank you very much.
Nothing at all, man.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hey, but...
Oh, thank you, brother. And so we got reports from a constituent that said, in fact, they did come through here and that workers were told not to speak to anybody. Now, we don't know if the Riverside County Solid Waste Management Facility has been questioned, or by the looks of it, I don't see any police activity here. But then again, it is a very, very huge landfill, as you can see here on the tira. Wow.
So that dumpster that we talked about a while back is now coming back into play.
So I don't know what to make of that. They stated that, some people said that they had been by it and they were told not to mention it. And then other people are saying they can't talk about it because there's nothing to talk about. I don't know. Make of that what you will. Maybe the people who were there when the police came by know, and they were told not to say anything. So the people who might not have been working when the police came by don't know anything about it because the other workers didn't say anything to them because they were told not to talk about it. Mama Mia said, but yet they contact Ahmed for info. DA and sheriff told the public to stop. They did. Yeah, I think a lot of people know who on the tira is, which I find interesting. So that was my Emmanuel Haro update. Now I've got kind of an update on Austin Drummond. Two documents came out in that case, and he has a court hearing later this week that I plan on covering. So I wanted to talk to you about those two documents real quick. And then we're going to jump into another subject. Before we do that, let me grab some of y'all's comments. Kalisa said if they don't know where his body is, why would they tell the public to stop looking? If law enforcement were actually at the dump, there would be way more activity there and we would see. True. But if they found out that, if they went there initially to see, how long ago, basically where the trash would be during the time period that Emmanuel went missing, and they were told it's probably 10 feet down, they might not even look. True Crime said, I'll try and ask more questions when I go out there to the locals, etc. Please do, and let me know what they say. That would be great, Mark. And I'll check your channel for that as well. Mama Mia said law enforcement contacts many crime shows for info. That's why it was shocking what the sheriff and DA said. I think they're trying to protect the integrity of the case, honestly. Because, like what's pointed out with the no body case, they've got to be very careful and protect the integrity of it, I think. And that's just my opinion on that. Yeah, thank you for covering Emmanuel's case, Mark. I appreciate you. Okay, this reads Austin Drummond case update. Suspect shares motive for running. So this reads Austin Robert Drummond, the 28-year-old suspect in the July 29th homicides of 4 members of a family in Tennessee, spoke publicly for the first time in a recorded jailhouse call with a reporter. Drummond told a News Channel 5 reporter that he had worked as a confidential informant. He said he was notified that his cover was blown in the weeks leading up to the homicides. Quote, I was afraid because I was an informant, things would go wrong. Things would happen to me, unquote, Drummond said. Drummond was arrested in Jackson earlier this month after a week-long manhunt. He was charged with 4 counts of first-degree homicide, aggravated kidnapping, and multiple firearm offenses. And there's the photo. Why it matters. Drummond is accused of the homicides of 21-year-old Matthew Wilson, 20-year-old Adriana Williams, 38-year-old Courtney Rose, and 15-year-old Braden Williams. The victims were the parents, grandmother, and uncle, respectively, of a baby who was found abandoned in Dyer County on July 29th. Hold on, let me pull this back up again because my computer's wanting to be stupid. I don't know what I've done, but I'm going to have to figure out why it's acting weird. It's probably doing it because my McAfee thing expired and they want me to pay for it if I had to guess. Okay. Police said the victims were family members of Drummond's girlfriend. Tennessee District Attorney Danny Goodman said he intends to seek the death penalty in this case. Drummond told News Channel 5 that he provided assistance to law enforcement in their crackdown on substance smuggling into jails and prisons. He told the outlet that he had joined the Vice Lords gang during a prior incarceration. Drummond declined to answer questions about how the victims were killed and the baby found abandoned in the car seat, according to the outlet. Drummond told News Channel 5 that he is innocent and had no reason to commit the homicide of the 4 victims who he considered to be family. Quote, this matter is still under investigation and I cannot comment on those issues at this time, unquote, Goodman told Newsweek. What people are saying. Austin Drummond, in comments to News Channel 5, quote, they found out I was an informant. I was afraid because I knew that bad things happened, unquote. Here's what I found kind of interesting, but par the course. It says Tennessee District Attorney Danny Goodman in a statement posted on Facebook, quote, as the elected District Attorney General, I am bound by the Tennessee rules of professional conduct, which limit what I can say outside the courtroom to protect the integrity of ongoing proceedings. While I understand there is public interest in the Austin Drummond case, the rules are clear that our proof will be presented in the courtroom, not on social media or in the press, unquote. Drummond's next court date is scheduled for September 4th. I wanted to talk to you guys about what the DA said. Chucka said not even an occupied vehicle didn't even get new windows out of the guy. Huh. Oh, you are right. That prosecutor charged it improperly. I had that happen when the random shit through my truck windows and my kids and me in it. All the DA charged was firing a gun into the vehicle, not even an occupied vehicle. Didn't even get new windows out of the guy. That's insane. That is insane, Chucka. And that should have been charged differently. That was threatening your lives. I wonder how that pregnant girlfriend family member is doing as well. Remember when he went back to court, he asked the DA to lift the restraining order so he could talk to her. Yeah, I said shit, but I knew you meant shot as well. But for them to say not outright deny everything and saying, again, as the elected district attorney general, I'm bound by Tennessee rules of professional conduct, which limit what I can say outside the courtroom to protect the integrity of ongoing proceedings. While I understand there is public interest in the Austin Drummond case, the rules are clear that our proof will be presented in the courtroom, not on social media or in the press. Now, I get that. That's a par for the court statement from the attorney general, but he's not denying that Austin Drummond was a confidential informant. He's not outright denying it. Now, they say they have proof that Austin Drummond is the one responsible for the homicides, but ain't nobody saying anything about this confidential informant thing. And considering that it greenlights him with the Vice Lord gang, basically makes him a target of theirs to even say that he was a confidential informant, it makes me feel like he really was. I don't think he would lie about that and risk his life for no reason at all. Right. Oh. Oh, I choked. Sorry. Yeah, it's his girlfriend. It's his girlfriend that's pregnant, and she's also the sister of 38-year-old Courtney Rose, the grandmother in this case. Tom, stop it. So I found it interesting that the DA is not outright denying that he was a confidential informant. And then I have this. Hold on, it took away my thing. Lord have mercy. Okay. I had this one to talk to you guys about real quick. It says, why did he spare the baby? What were his motives? Questions remain about Austin Drummond. Says a man accused of killing 4 family members of a baby girl that he left unharmed in Western Tennessee front yard miles from the crime scene last week was captured on Tuesday. Austin Robert Drummond was taken into custody after a search that put a community along the Mississippi River on edge amid several unanswered questions surrounding the July 29th quadruple homicide in Tiptonville. Here's a closer look at what we know and don't know about the investigation. How did officials connect the killing with the baby? The investigation into the family's killings in Tiptonville began after an infant in a car seat was found in a front yard in the Tigret area, roughly 40 miles or 65 kilometers away. The Dyer County Sheriff's Office said in a statement that a caller reported that a minivan or mid-size SUV had dropped the baby at a, quote, random individual's front yard, unquote. Oh, you're good, Chugga. The sheriff's office later said they were working with investigators in neighboring Lake County, where 4 people have been found deceased. Officials determined those people were the child's parents, grandmother, and uncle. Why was the baby found so far from the crime scene? This is not clear. Detectives believe Drummond drove the baby about 40 miles from Tiptonville, where they say he fatally shot the 4 adults, to the town of Tigret, where the baby girl was left in a front yard. They haven't said publicly why Drummond chose that house. Dyer and Lake County District Attorney Danny Goodman declined an interview with the Associated Press to elaborate on what detectives know about the aspect of the case. He said only that the baby girl is safe now and in the custody of other relatives. What was the motive? Investigators have not revealed why they think Drummond carried out the homicides. Goodman said Drummond knew the 4 people he's charged with killing and that Drummond's girlfriend is the sister of the child's grandmother, but it is unknown if he has any connection to the baby. The victims were found fatally shot in a wooded area near Reelfoot Lake, a swamp-like body of water near the Mississippi River and not far from the Missouri border. Police say Drummond had help in the homicides but haven't elaborated further. Tennessee authorities charged Tanaka Brown, 29, Giovanni Thomas, 29, with accessory after the fact of first-degree homicide. Investigators allege both men assisted Drummond in the homicides. Dara Sanders of Jackson, Tennessee, was also charged with being an accessory after the homicides. Drummond had an extensive background. I'm not going to read through all that. And what happens next is that he's to appear in court. Goodman said he's yet to decide whether to seek the death penalty, and they did. A telephone listing for Drummond could not be found. An automated message from the local public defender's office said to call back later. So the attorney might be, I guess it was a different attorney that represented him when he was a teenager in some of the other cases. So anyway, I found that interesting. I was wondering if we were going to finally get a motive as to why he left the baby there. But the fact that the DA is not denying, not denying that he was a confidential informant and that he basically greenlit himself with the Vice Lords gang, which is a prison gang, which is where he's going. He basically put a hit out on his head by saying he's a confidential informant. I don't think he would do that if it wasn't true, honestly. Hey, Ashley. Yeah, I think that he might have been thinking about his baby. I do. I really do. I think he was thinking about his baby when he did that. Miss King of Anything said this is the only thing redeemable about him, and I think he does have feelings for children. If he just left the baby, she would have possibly died. He gave the baby a chance. Yeah, from what I've heard, when he dropped the baby off, there was people in the area. There was people working construction or something close by, and he snapped his fingers, he whistled, and he pointed at the baby, and then he drove off, making sure that the baby got the attention that she needed relatively quickly. And he said in that jailhouse interview that he loved them, the 4 people that were killed. He said that he drove Adriana to the hospital when she gave birth to Wesleyan. So basically, he was there at the hospital when that baby was born. So I think that along with the fact that his girlfriend's allegedly pregnant with his son, are all reasons that he didn't take the baby's life. Shelby said, I wonder if he's setting up for a plea of insanity. I don't think so. But, anything's possible. I live here, and Redfoot Lake is not a swamp. It's a beautiful place and good people. I'm sorry they said that, and thank you for correcting them. UTD. She said, we are all horrified and terrified with this man running around. It is one horrific story. It really is. All right, we're going to go to YouTube, and we're going to talk about a case that I saw last night from Hiosandra, and I found it real interesting. So Hiosandra is the one who dropped this case first, and I didn't get to get a lot of information about it, but I wanted to go over it with you guys, and I'm going to drop her link. Maybe I got to grab it real quick. Because she went over this last night extensively. And so if you guys have not subscribed to her or checked her out, please do so. She is my moderator and my best friend. And she had some things going on, so she hadn't been able to go live as often. Why is it doing this? As often as she was going, but she was able to do it last night, and she talked about this case that we're about to talk about. 13 children removed from absolutely horrifying. I don't know why it's doing that. Place. Thank you guys. And I wanted to talk to you guys about it. All right, let me close this stuff real quick and try again. If it doesn't work, I'm going to have to sign out. Okay, there it goes. So we have body cam of Toledo police arresting 3 adults after 13 children were removed. I'm going to grab, because she made me on our drive. She dropped the links to the article. So let me grab that real quick. Sorry about that. Here we go. So here's a screenshot of the people involved: Angel Oliveri, Cassandra Lambert, and Angel Lambert. And I'm going to read you guys the article before we go over the body cam footage so you guys have an idea of kind of what we're talking about. Okay, so this reads, police say that 3 are charged after 13 children removed from deplorable conditions in East Toledo home. Police responded to the home Sunday evening in the 300 block of Raymer Boulevard.
ETO Doors makes door shopping easy.
After this ad, we'll see what they have to say about it.
ETO Doors.
13 children, all younger than 13 years old, have been removed from an East Toledo home, according to Toledo police. Officers say they responded to a house on Raymer Street for an animal complaint, and they found the children in what they call deplorable conditions. Megan Hartnett joins us live downtown. Megan, can you tell us more about what was inside the house?
Kaylee, court records say that there is an infestation of multiple insects, no working toilet or shower, and feces on the floor inside the home. Court records also say there was no food stored in the kitchen, and there.
Okay, so we're going to read this. So there's multiple insects. That means probably cockroaches, bed bugs. I don't even know what else. Feces on the floor. So this reads, the defendant knowingly resided at the above listed location with the victim, her child, in deplorable living conditions, causing a substantial risk to the child's safety and well-being. This officer observed the following at the above listed location: an infestation of multiple insects, human feces on the floor, multiple animals that were not cared for also urinating and defecating on the floor, no food stored in the kitchen, and no functioning toilet or shower. The victim had multiple bites on their legs from what appeared to be from the insects, and also appeared very filthy, as if they had not been bathed in days. This officer is the source of this information. This occurred in Toledo, Lucas County, Ohio.
There were multiple animals that were not cared for. The Toledo Humane Society was at the house today removing a bunny and a dog.
Oh my God,
the humane agent at the house says the dog was
Not the
infested
bunny,
with fleas.
not the
The kids
dog.
in the home were described as being very filthy and looking like they had not been bathed in days. Court records say the kids also have multiple insect bites on their legs. Lucas County Children's Services was called in. We were told each of the children were placed with family, and Children's Services is going to continue to assess the long-term needs of the kids. 3 people were arrested. Angel Lambert was charged with 8 counts of endangering children, and Cassandra Lambert and Angel Oliveri were both charged with 5 counts of endangering children. All 3 pleaded not guilty and were released on their own recognizance. Angel Lambert and Cassandra Lambert told WTO 11 they have no comment at this time.
I know that bunny. I hope that bunny's got to get in a good place to stay. I can't handle the rabbits and the dogs and the animals that didn't, and the children that didn't ask to be there. They didn't ask to be there, and they can't control that shit. You can. And I saw part of the police interrogate or the body cam footage, and I wanted to give that lady cop a round of applause and for what she said, and y'all will be feeling the same way. Tom said, this is making me want to take a shower right now. Exactly. Those sisters weren't missing any meals. Nope. Don't look like they were. They sprayed harassment disinfectant before they let her into the police car. So Hio was saying that they sprayed delousing stuff before they were even able to get in the car. So with the animals, I'm thinking it was fleas, bed bugs, roaches, God only knows what else. I'm glad those children aren't there.
Any comments at all?
No, not really.
Court records show that all 3 are supposed to have no contact with the children. A next hearing date has not been set for any of them. And this is not the first time that one of these people is facing child endangerment charges. I'll have more on that coming up at 6. Reporting in downtown Toledo.
Who would have thought? Why is it not surprising that it's not the first time that one of these people have had child endangerment charges? Imagine that. All right, so here's the body cam. Now, Hio told me that about halfway through when they start filling out paperwork. That's about the end of it. So we're going to watch it up until they start filling out paperwork. I don't think that you guys want to watch them fill out paperwork, honestly. Hio said, we cussed, we cried, and we laughed. I'm going to get real mad. I can already feel it. Becky said, I carried bug spray when I did home care and sprayed myself before getting in my car. You have to get to if you're going in other people's houses and things, they could have anything, bed bugs or anything. Stearns would probably be very comfortable in that home. Look, remove the children and remove the animals and put them right back in it. Make them live in it. It's not muted. I don't think. No, this is the body cam footage. Like I said, Hio went over this last night, so make sure you guys check her out. She's linked in the description box if you're watching the replay as well. So this was on August 10th. More than likely, yeah. What? There it is.
Answers now. What is that stench?
Oh my God, they can smell it outside? Y'all. Listen.
Recording. Answers now.
Right here, she says, what is that smell? You can smell it that far away? Oh my God.
What is that stench?
That far away, you can smell it. Through the walls, through the doors, through the windows. Oh my God. "13 children.
The police are here.
I can already tell I'm going to like her. She is having none of the bullshit. Oh, let me share this link. So this link is titled Body Cam, Toledo Police Arrest 3 Adults After 13 Children Removed from, quote, deplorable conditions. The link has entered the chat.
Hi.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Doing good.
You guys have a cat that's hurt?
Cat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A kitten inside that's paralyzed?
Oh my
They
God.
got thrown down the stairs?
Jesus.
I don't recall that at all.
Do you guys have kittens inside?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. They're all fine?
At the moment, yes. I haven't checked them out.
Okay, well, let's check.
Okay, so you can already tell he's lying and trying to cover. He's like, I don't know of that. And then when she's like, you have kittens? He says, yes. And then she says, are they okay? He's like, well, right this second they are. Oh, you lying your ass off. Like, what are you going to say? That the children got a hold of it while you were talking to the cops and it just so happens to be paralyzed like they were called out here for? Stop it. Get smacked in the face and go straight to hell. Or gloves. Yeah, gloves. Where are the masks? Said Blue. Yeah, his answers are already sus, and we're a minute and 26 seconds in.
Come out.
This way.
Do you have any dogs inside?
We have one.
Is it put up?
Yeah, she should be in the backyard.
Okay.
Ella got me wet.
Okay, can you not do that at the moment? Yeah, is Piglet in the backyard?
I think.
Yeah. Jake 2.0.
She's not nowhere near.
Why are there so many flies?
Can you check it first, please? She's in the backyard? She's in the backyard.
All right. We're good to come in?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Sorry about the house being a little dirty at the moment. I just got home not so long ago.
You're fine.
I was telling them to clean up.
No, we got the same here.
The cats are up.
So we got beds all in the living room. At least the kids have a bed. There appears to be blankets on it. That's good so far.
There's oh. Hey, come on. My bad.
Yeah.
I guess the dog came back in. It is.
Hi, my name is
She said cops don't come in because the dog isn't put up. Hio said, hell no, Tom. The DCF was making plans to give her the kids back before the booking sheet was done. Oh my God. Oh my God.
It's not okay to say that. Okay, is the dog outside? Not our mom. Yeah, it's outside.
Dog's outside? Yeah, in the backyard.
All right,
Sorry about that.
are these all your kids?
No, ma'am. I have 5. Yeah, the other kids is my sister-in-law's.
Okay, where are the cats at?
They're upstairs.
Upstairs. All right, let's go check on them. And Darwin, the baby cat, is mine. And Honey is mine. And 2 of the cats, guys, they're babies. Yeah, one is not feeding them that much. Come on. Wow.
Look at they're so sweet.
Yeah,
They're so happy.
Yeah, sorry about the mess.
Actually, come outside.
Okay, it's to the extent. I want to back that up.
Wow.
Sorry about the mess.
Okay, right here. This is a fast food container. One of those like little white containers that you would get, like it's a styrofoam container you would get a piece of cake in or something like that. Like that's what's on the floor. Food trash. The wall is freaking like the sheetrock is coming. It's down to the boards right here. There's just clothes, paper, clutter on the floor. The walls are disgusting where people have had their hands all over it. Nasty ass hands and shit.
Actually, come outside. The guy leaves some space. Where are they? Over here.
They're so excited though to show them the kittens, and that makes me happy. Hio said they called the dog a big back, and then he said we aren't supposed to say that. Some people shouldn't have kids. Thea said she told animal control to wear a hazmat suit before rescuing the animals. The dog hadn't been outside for years. The small dog touched grass for the first time in years, never went outside to poop. That is so sad. That is so sad. I don't like that. Like I'm really big about don't keep animals if you can't take care of them. Call somebody, give them away for free or something like that. Like you got to figure out something. You can't let that animal sit there and suffer because you don't want to get up off your ass and take it outside. I can't even.
The baby cats. Oh, you the baby cats. What happened? They're right here. Put them on its head. Okay, I need you outside.
Yeah.
They're fine. Oh my God.
He's running.
Tab.
She said, oh my God, and she's running out the house.
Oh, I need your opinion. I need you to go inside and just look around and tell me what you're thinking about this entire setup in here.
It seems like.
But I need you to go upstairs.
What's upstairs?
Is Bailey still in there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right?
Hi, my name is
I love that the kids are so excited and just, telling them their names and things like that. I think that's adorable.
Yeah, I don't know why.
I think that's 13, I think. 411, is that for 410?
They'll let it from outside. Yep. Good to see you, Belinda. Belinda said, sweet innocent children are so excited to show the kittens, and they are, and it's adorable. Mandy Lorian pointed out that they probably never got to see other people other than the people in the house, and unfortunately, that's probably true as well. Hio said animals being not taken care of and a paralyzed kitten that had been thrown down the stairs. So there is a paralyzed kitten in the house, like that had been thrown down the stairs. That's fucked up. That's real fucked up. Oh my God.
What's your last name?
Oliveri.
Spell it.
OLIVIERI.
I don't know.
First name.
Angel.
Date of birth.
March 16th, 1997.
March 16th, 97.
1997. Yes, ma'am.
You live here?
Yes, ma'am.
What's your phone number?
So Hio said that that was the initial call. I didn't find any charging documents for that, just for the children, but that was the initial report. Thank you for that. Yeah, the kid was hugging the officer. I saw that. That's sad. They are.
What's your social?
I think they are because, I mean, we've got mug shots for them. Angel and Cassandra Lambert and Angel Oliveri, which that's the guy talking to police right now on the porch.
What? Get inside, please.
They were...
All right.
All 5 of your children live here?
Yes, ma'am.
I need their names.
So my oldest is
So Hio said that they were released on PR bond and you sent me all the documents. They all 3 have a hearing on September 23rd. I had to find the documents. I'll put them on Patreon. I'll put the documents.
Bro, stop. Gabriel. Come on, boy.
Right, you gotta go inside. All right. No, keep your.
Yes, can y'all go inside?
Keep your
Yes,
sticker.
y'all go inside.
Keep your sticker.
Aww.
I don't have any. I need you to go inside, okay?
No, please.
Can you get off the phone, please?
Huh?
Can you get off the phone, please?
I'm on phone on wife.
Okay, that's fine. Can you? Okay. I don't know of what. I need information.
I'm gonna try to find those documents. And I'll check the drive. It is another side case. I will put the documents on Patreon. And I'm gonna try to locate them. Did you put them in the drive or did you send them to me somewhere else?
Next.
My twins is
Oh, okay.
Next.
Thank you.
my son born
Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, good Lord.
and then my youngest son is baby.
Wow.
Okay, what's mom's name?
My wife's name is Cassandra Lambert, and we're not married, but we're engaged.
Do you know her date of birth?
The same as my
July 1st.
Yes, 1998 is her year.
What year? 98?
98, yep, 1998. July 1st.
Okay, what's Cassandra's?
So if I go over here, like this is just one of them, so I'll have to go over it tomorrow with you guys. But I'll read through those documents and get them on Patreon tonight, and then we'll go over them tomorrow. He said, my opinion is that they should have all been charged on all 13 counts, not just their own children. I agree. I also think that the one that had been charged with endangering her children in 2020, Angel Lambert, shouldn't have had another opportunity to do this to her kids. So it's not the first time. Like they said, somebody had already been charged with child endangerment. Wow. See, our system is broken.
Phone number.
Sorry about that. I'm on the phone right now. Our number.
Yeah. I'm going to get these uploaded.
She's at work.
We'll go over them.
Okay.
I was
Do
just at work.
you know why this is happening? Why
No.
I'm getting information? You have no idea.
No, ma'am.
Do you think
having
these
none
living
of it.
conditions are acceptable for children?
No, I don't.
No. Okay. I understand. I'm not trying to talk down on you. I'm not trying to make you feel like less of a man or a person or to feel bad. It's one thing if adults want to live in filth, in their own filth, and not take care of themselves. You're adults. If you want to live that way, these kids didn't sign up for that.
Trust me, I understand that.
They do not need to. Okay, well, there's plenty. I see plenty of adults in here that can get their asses up off the couch and start cleaning. The amount.
Yeah, I gotta. She ass up off the damn couch and clean your damn house. You're gonna have animals and children in that shit. Get the fuck up and clean the fuck up. So yeah, what I was saying was I'm gonna put those documents all on Patreon and I'll get them watermarked and we're gonna go over it tomorrow. Yeah, I really like this cop. I like her a lot. Hio said, clearly it pisses me off. I'm passionate about these babies. It's so fucked up. I agree. Yeah, you gonna be doing some deep cleaning.
Flies in there. There's diapers all over the floor. There's trash
Oh my
everywhere.
God.
There's animals that are not being taken care for. Unacceptable. And we will not have that.
I hear you on that.
We will not.
Hang tight.
Absolutely not.
I'm sorry that you did this.
It's not. You don't need to be sorry to me. You need to be sorry for your kids.
No, I know that.
Your kids.
No, you don't. He said, yeah, I know that. No, the hell you don't, or you would have done something. Yep. If you knew, why didn't you do shit about it? All right, here's where. Get to here. Yeah, he doesn't give a fuck. At all.
Angel. Angel. Did you used to live on 14th Street?
East side?
The 43604, 336 14th.
I don't. What was that? I used to live in downtown, the PLs.
Yeah.
A while back.
On the 14th? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Turn around for me. I'm going to take this for you.
Oh my God.
Can I ask why I'm getting handcuffed?
You have warrants. I can take you over here.
So we got him on some outstanding warrants. Yeah, he don't want to say. He didn't want to say because he knew he had warrants. That's why. That's why. I'm glad he got arrested. He deserves that and more. Like you don't know your damn address. Previous.
Do you live here, ma'am? Do you live here?
Okay, yeah, you were asked, do you live there? Not who you are, but do you live there? So, yeah, she lives there. She's trying to automatically cover. I'm the sister. I'm not involved, but yeah, I live here.
Yeah, that's yeah.
See?
Okay, so we got a call here that there was something. A cat got thrown down the stairs or something and was injured. When we go inside and see what we saw, the living conditions here for this house and these kids being here, we have a big problem.
Yeah, but no, it gets cleaned up every day. Listen to me.
Stop. Whoa, it gets cleaned up every day and it's a state like that. No, I'm with him.
So y'all need to hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband.
Hide everybody, because that woman is full of shit. Nope.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Ain't nobody got time for you damn lies. Stop it. I clean up every day. Get the fuck out. He said no, not his warrants were just traffic tickets. Nasty as fuck. Yeah. Liar, liar, pants on fire. I'm gonna hit him with a bullshit.
Yeah. A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit. A bullshit.
And a ew.
Brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
That's what them kids were saying, and that's what makes it sad.
No, there's no way.
There's no way. Absolutely
No way.
not.
And like I told him, he's in cuffs right now because he has warrants. He has 4 warrants. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't have any, but you can check.
No, that's fine. We'll eventually grab your information and all. And like I told him, I'm not trying to talk down on you guys. I'm from the east side. I grew up here.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not somebody who had it made in Sylvania. And
right.
I get people go through shit.
Yes,
I understand that.
Yes,
I'm not trying to talk down on you guys and make you guys
I'm not,
feel.
I'm not.
Feel a certain type of way, make you feel like a bad mom, a bad whatever. I understand that. But at a certain point, too far is too.
This is not about growing up in a bad part of town. This is about laziness, like she pointed out. It's not about where you grow up at or how big your house is or any of that. You could live in a fucking tent and you could keep it clean. It's about the person, not the place that they're living. Thea said, if you can smell the house a mile away, it hasn't been cleaned once. Well, not quite a mile, but still, yeah. She said, Hio said, she looks like she's missing meals too. You, no food, no water, no nothing left. Fuck you. Yep. Well, I'm talking down on you guys. Your kids are food insecure, you piece of shit. Like, yeah, why is there no food in the kitchen? Acting like you don't know anything. They need to get off their ass and clean, and they need to get some damn food in the house for the babies. Stop.
Too far.
I know, and that's what I be telling you.
I understand. I understand.
You keep telling them that it's too far. At some point, you just gonna have to get up and fucking do it. And if nobody wants to help, then you need to tell them to get the fuck out, or you need to get the fuck out. One of the two.
But,
so you
but
know,
that's where we are right now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So what do I do?
We're gonna get some stuff figured out.
So do I go clean the house or what?
Can you bring me my?
It's a little too late.
Just hang tight for me.
Day late, $1 short, sweetheart.
So your children live here as well?
Yes, ma'am.
How many kids?
I have 8.
8 kids here?
Yes. That's what I'm saying. Can I go clean? Like,
Okay,
please.
hold on. I understand. Just give me a minute.
Hey, y'all.
Okay, on here, I want you to write your first name, your last name, your date of birth, your phone number, your soc.
I put it on.
After that, I need all of your kids' first name, last name, date of birth.
She's freaking out. Is shit saying, do I need to go clean? It's too fucking late to clean, ma'am. It's done. It's over. It's too late for that. Now all of a sudden we're at nighttime. Yeah, 8 kids. 13 in total. Yeah. Somebody should have been watching TV. Jeez Louise.
Recording.
Okay, so now it's nighttime and it looks like she's getting arrested.
Can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
My phone's in my bra.
Right.
Okay,
You,
we'll get all that. What is this?
Numbers. My
Okay.
mother-in-law's number. Can you send the money that's in my Cash App to my
I can't do that.
No, the police cannot do
She
that.
needs it for the diapers for the babies.
Let me give her your phone.
Well, you can
Who,
do
Jackie?
that
Or
when
if you want her to keep your phone, I can give it
Can
to
you
her.
just unlock it?
I mean, you can do that at the police station. If you tell them you need to cash app somebody money for diapers, I'm sure they would let you.
Right quick, Mary.
Here, you can
Unlock
tell
it right
you can tell her to do it. I can't move.
Unlock it.
If
right
it was
quick.
like for a number or something, I could, but to move money around, I can't do that.
Go down. Go to Cash App.
And she's trying to be nice to them, but also not taking their shit.
Sorry.
You got money for diapers, but no food? No cleaning supplies? Oh, look, a squirrel. Good to see you. Simultaneously feel like the worst and best housekeeper ever. And like I'm going to have to sterilize the whole place just to feel clean again. Right? All riled up now, and I have to leave. Yeah, Hio, thank you for sharing this. I do appreciate that.
All right, before you get in, do we have the spray?
Yeah, give it to Jack.
We're just gonna spray you down before you get in the back.
Yep, I haven't been home, so.
Okay, that's fine. It smells pretty good, so.
Y'all, that is straight up flea and tick spray. Raid. I swear. Hold on, let me back it up.
We're just gonna spray you down before you get in the back.
Yep, I haven't been home.
Right here, yeah, you can see flea and tick. That is fucking Raid. She is literally spraying her down with Raid. They are raiding this biatch. The delousing, yes. That is fucking Raid right there. Oh my God. It might not be flea and tick, but it could be bed bug and flea or something like that. But yeah, fucking Raid. They're hitting her with Raid. Jada said, and don't tell us they ain't getting food stamps. I couldn't have children. Oh my God, this angers me way beyond belief. I think they're getting some kind of government assistance. I mean, I don't want to go too far on that. I don't want to get political, but I think that to have 13 children and then it appeared that the father was not working or something to that extent. Yeah, I would think they're getting some kind of supplemental income to help. So they should have food in the house. Did you notice she's spraying her down, but was okay getting the phone out of the bra with no gloves? I didn't notice that. Wow. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, I've never seen them hit them with Raid either. There would be dead bugs falling off her in the cop car. Oh, God, stop. I didn't need that image, Tom. Thanks.
Okay, that's fine. It smells pretty good, so.
Like she feels guilty for raiding her.
All right, you're good to get in.
Lord have mercy. Oh. Okay, so to be fair, it was a Sunday. Hio said over on her live, which they went into it more extensively than I have time to. She said it was a Sunday. We looked up the 10th of August, and it was the only thing we could think of for why he might be home. Okay. Hit her with the lie you were using to make the soap with, no doubt. They're living off of a trust fund. Did you hear that? That's interesting if they are. Are you just playing?
10:40. Okay.
Okay, I think the rest of this
Perfect.
is them.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I love you, Auntie.
You have nothing illegal on. How'd this get full?
No, I don't. That's yours.
How'd it get full? It was way more empty. I thought.
No.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna skip past them filling out paperwork.
Oh my God, Bailey.
I think those have been used once.
we good for them to?
I think our issue is
Oh, okay.
normally in like overnight and late night situations like this.
Where are we taking that?
She's gonna put it in her car. This is what I'm explaining.
There's fleas all over it.
She says she's okay with it. I mean,
For the kids to get bit by fleas?
They claim.
What the
No,
hell?
they're everywhere. They were crawling all over the kids in pictures.
Oh my God.
No, that's disgusting.
She's trying to take meds for them to use.
What the?
Ma'am, put that shit right back in that flea infested house. He said, so that's about it. The only thing you hear about after this is the worker making plans to let this girl see her kids by making a plan to put them with family. Yeah, I would have put her in the trunk. There are no contact orders. Yeah, I do too, Jada. I do too, just watching it. Y'all, she tried to put that fucking mattress in the car.
They were crawling all over the kids in pictures.
No, they're not.
No, that's disgusting.
She's trying to take meds for them to use.
No.
What the hell?
Just go
Yeah.
straight out to the floor, out in the garbage, girl. We don't need you.
Yeah. Throw the whole house away.
All right, you can come over here.
I know, I'm waiting till my kids. Please wait till she leaves.
We can go behind the car then.
What the hell?
Yeah, can we roll down the window a little bit? Because I'm claustrophobic.
I'm going to twist your wrist in like this, or else they will pinch you. These are old and uncomfortable because we're running out of cuffs.
Oh.
So I'll try to.
Imagine that.
Nothing on you illegal, nothing that's going to poke me, nothing that's going to set the sensors off in the county. Okay, I'm just going to spray you just like I sprayed her before you
I
get
can't have that on me. That's
can't?
spray. No, ma'am. I
Okay.
freak out.
Okay. You can get in.
You know that cop like took her fucking vehicle to the car wash and like sprayed it down, probably sprayed the inside with a fire hose. Hio said, yeah, she's trying to send the mattress to the other family taking the babies, like what the fuck? And the worker said it's okay. Wow. How is it okay for the kids to be getting eat up with fleas?
Yep, I have to be by the door.
Oh my
Take a look
God.
at your screen.
Hold on. Sorry. Y'all, I cannot. That is insane to me. That is insane to me. So I'm going to work on getting those documents and I'll have them on Patreon this evening. Thank you, Hio, for the documents. I'm sure she probably went over them in her live. So you guys can definitely check those out if you want to see them before tomorrow. But by tomorrow, I'll have time to watermark them and go over them. And I'll put them on my Patreon tonight if you guys want to see them. And we'll get it together for us to go over tomorrow. I did get some documents for today in an older case that you guys had been asking me about that Hio got for me. And I wanted to talk to you guys about. But I do want to give you guys a very heavy trigger warning when we go over these documents. I do want to let you know that I did FOIA request 2 cases today that I'm hoping to get video footage for and documents for today. So I'm going to be working on getting video footage from this case that we're about to talk about and another case as well. So hopefully I'll be able to get out some new interrogation videos and things like that. So now we're going to talk about Takoda Collins, I think is his name. You guys had asked me about this, and Hio had 2 documents. This is the second. Hold on. Motion to control prejudicial. Okay, so this was July 24th of 2025. Okay, I guess this one's the first one. So this is plaintiff versus Al Martin McLean, the defendant. So this is an appeal for his conviction. Oh, this is not, that's another case. Okay, hold on. It's 2022. What the crap? September 27th of 2021. What is this one? 12th day of August, 2022. Okay, so I think this one might be first. So this is against Amanda Hines. It reads, Defendant McLean, Hines, and Elbert's reign of terror over 10-year-old Takoda Collins ended December 13th of 2019, when the torture inflicted by Defendant McLean was finally too much for this child to survive. Defendant McLean had inflicted injury to every part of Takoda's body. The abuse on Takoda's last day was unimaginable. Let me get a very, this is, y'all, this is going to be very upsetting and very triggering. You've been following it. I remember seeing the body cam or something to this case, and I was like, oh my God. And so when I FOIA a case, I try to get like everything. So I want to get everything and kind of start at the beginning and go over it with you guys. But me and Hio were talking this morning, and she had reminded me that some of you in chat had asked about this case, and she was able to get these documents. And so I wanted to talk to you guys about them today. But I am also simultaneously trying to get video footage and things like that. Oh no, Lori, what's going on? Did you have a doctor appointment? On the 16th, I have to have a different type of biopsy done. I'm sorry. I knew that you had I think it was you who said you had an appointment. I didn't write it down, and I should have. But I've been praying for y'all in chat that I've asked for prayers. Takoda interviews are all over that poor baby. Yeah, I want to try to get all of them. She is the document queen. Right. I want to try to get all of them and go like in order and have them because I try to get, even if some of them appear to be out, like for instance, the Victoria Martins case, nobody had the interview with Jessica from the DA's office. So that's why I kind of try to get everything for myself to see if there's something that hasn't been put out. I'm sorry, Lorianne. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. I'm sending you a virtual hug. So I'm working on it so we can put it out and see what we can if there's anything that hasn't already been released. All right, I'm continuing. The abuse on Takoda's last day was unimaginable. Defendant McLean beat this child, stood on him, pushing his full weight on the child's body, forced him into water as Takoda couldn't be heard struggling. In his final acts of humiliation, rage, and torture, the defendant repeatedly again, trigger warning. The defendant repeatedly forced a broken chair leg deep into Takoda's back door. I hope this man got the death penalty. I started getting hot, y'all. I started getting physically hot. I had to turn on the air. Good God Almighty. You are strong, Lori, and you will be better than ever. Thank you guys for all sending her prayers and thoughts. You guys are amazing, and I appreciate each and every one of you. Continuing, the document reads, as set forth below, as the investigation unfolded, it became clear that more tragic than the facts surrounding Takoda's death were the facts of his life. Okay. It became clear that more tragic than the facts surrounding Takoda's death were the facts of the life he endured in this house of horrors that was 1934 Kensington. From as early as his first grade year in 2015, Takoda suffered daily excessive abuse inflicted by his biological father, Defendant McLean, and encouraged and facilitated by his self-appointed stepmother, Defendant Hines, and her sister, Defendant Ebert. So there was 3 adults that all agreed this is the way that they should treat this child. My God. Yeah, all the adults should have gotten the death penalty. I did put these documents on my Patreon today without the watermarks. When defendants McLean and Hines withdrew him from school in 2018 at age 9, they perfected his isolation from the world and unchecked could escalate their extreme abuse and torture. Although the extreme abuse existed while he was in school, from the time of Takoda being withdrawn from school, his entire life revolved around being locked in a barren attic, denied clothing, food, light, and access to a bathroom. Every single day and night of Takoda's life consisted of constant, unending torture. For entire days, 20 hours a day, he was forced to pose in bizarre and painful punishment positions. While Takoda suffered in his torture poses, the defendant would monitor him from the comfort of their furnished living room or bedrooms. When Takoda, Mr. Speculating some. When Takoda dared move from the torture position chosen by defendant McLean, McLean would horrifically beat him as punishment. If defendant McLean had not noticed the transgression, defendants Hines and Ebert would alert defendant McLean so that he could execute the punishment for the child's perceived disobedience. When Takoda, who had no other alternative, defecated in his filthy attic, defendant McLean became enraged and forced Takoda to eat his own feces, even as Takoda begged and struggled against him. Takoda thus learned that this was expected of him, and he began to eat his own feces to avoid defendant McLean force-feeding it to him. My God. The two girls would tell on Takoda so Al would beat him. Jesus. Yeah, this case is hard. As set forth below, the crimes of defendant McLean, which were aided and supported by his co-defendants, represent the worst of human conduct. He provided no mercy to his own son and deserves none from this court. Not for their part in the excessive abuse, isolation, and torture and death of this child did defendants Hines or Ebert show any mercy, nor do they deserve any leniency. Charges before the court for sentencing. Defendants McLean, Hines, and Ebert were all charged for their roles in the life and death of Takoda Collins. All three have entered pleas and face imprisonment as set forth below. Defendant McLean, for the murder, RAPE, torture, and extreme abuse of Takoda Collins on the date of his death and for the years leading to his death, defendant McLean pled as follows. Count 1, homicide, from December 12th, 2019 through his death on December 13th, 2019, unclassified felony. Count 6, kidnapping from May 10th, 2018, when defendant withdrew Takoda from school until the date of his death. Felony 1, endangering children from January 5th, 2015, when Takoda started at Horseman until November 2018, when he jumped out of the window. And then endangering a child, violating duty of care at substantial risk of physical harm from November 2000. Hold on a minute. Oh, you're good, Zan. I get it. I hope you have a good day, love. So, endangering children, violating duty, care, and substantial risk, serious physical harm from November 2018 when he jumped out of the window until his death, and endangering children, reckless abuse, serious physical harm from November 2018 when he jumped out of the window until his death. And then count 7 was RAPE, by force, date of death. By agreement and by the facts of this case, these charges do not merge, and defendant faces a potential prison sentence to be determined by this court of 40 to 51 years to life. Defendant Hines. So that was for Defendant McLean. So that was the dad. This is one of the women. For Defendant Hines' complicity and participation in the torture, extreme abuse, and death of Takoda Collins on the date of his death and for the years leading to his death, Defendant Hines pleads as follows. Count 1, manslaughter from May 10, 2018, when defendant removed Takoda from school until his death. Count 6, endangering children, violating duty, care of substantial risk of physical harm from when Takoda started at Horseman until November 2018 when he jumped out of the window, endangering children in the form of torture from November of 2018 when he jumped out of the window until his death, and endangering children physically restrained in a cruel manner from November 2018 when he jumped out of the window until his death. By agreements and by the facts of the case, these charges do not merge, and defendant faces potential prison sentence for these crimes to be selected by the court for these crimes from 9 months to 30 years. And then Defendant Ebert's complicity and participation in the torture, extreme abuse, and death, torture of Takoda Collins on the date of his death and for the years leading to his death. Defendant Ebert pled as follows: manslaughter, date of death, felony 3, and endangering children, torture from November 2018 when he jumped out of the window until his death. By agreement, all of the things, the charges do not merge. So this is the investigation into the life and death of Takoda Collins. Let me get a sip of my coffee. It says seen upon arrival. Let me check. Yes, thank you for the trigger warning. I'm going to leave that up. On December 13th of 2019, the nightmare of Takoda's life ended when Defendant McLean's severe beatings, water torture, and brutal RAPE were finally too much for the 10-year-old child's body to withstand. Defendant McLean, unable to revive the child for another round of torture, called 911. This call is disturbing. See 911 call and call transcript. Also entered into the motion to suppress all exhibits will be provided. So they listened to the 911 call. Rather than focusing on the current condition of his son, defendant spends most of the call laboring. Actually, let me pull that up so we can hear the call. Yeah, it did. I remember some of it. I'll pull it up since while they were reading this document, they listened to it. Okay. So this is the 911 call. We'll go ahead and listen to it, and then I'll continue reading the document.
911, what's the location of your emergency?
Yes. My son is unresponsive right now.
Your son
And I
is
need
Hold on. What's your address?
I'm sorry, what was that?
What's the address where he is?
The address is 1934 Kensington Drive.
1934 Kensington? You said your son is okay, you said your son is unresponsive?
Yeah.
Okay, how old is he?
He's a child.
So I did drop the link for this 911 call in chat. I'll also put it in the description box.
With a lot of medical issues. So what he do is he'll just not have his...
Stop, just for a minute.
What I'm noticing, I'm going to back it up so I'm not interrupting too much, but he's already making an excuse for why the child is going to be found in the state that he was found. Kim said Takoda was 10 years old when he died. Thank you for that.
You said your son is okay, you said your son is unresponsive?
Yep.
Okay, how old is he?
He's a child with a lot of medical issues. So what he do is he'll just not have his...
Stop, just for a minute. How old?
Making excuses.
He's 11 years old.
Okay.
In 3 days.
And you say he's unresponsive?
So he was 10 years old, almost 11, 3 days away from this baby's birthday.
Is he breathing?
Yeah, but barely. I mean, he got skin tone.
Okay, just stay on the line with me for just a sec. Let me get him started, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You breathing? Hello?
I'm here. You talking to me?
No, I'm talking to my child.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to make sure. I'm still here.
Did you hear the way he said, "Are you breathing?" He is the devil himself. Noticing he's not missing any meals, is he?
All right, they're on their way to.
Got his hair done and
Zero,
everything.
sorry, stay on the phone. 1934 Kensington Drive, right?
Yes.
Is that
I'm blowing in his breath,
Okay,
and it smells real rotten in the inside of his stomach.
Okay, is that a house or an apartment?
So basically, what I'm gathering from that is more than likely when he tore that child's intestines, the baby got sepsis. So basically, when he tore the intestines, his waste was leaking into his body through the hole in his intestines. And so it's coming back up in his stomach, basically his waste. And that's why it smells rotten or bad, because he's not able to get rid of waste. And with his intestines being torn, it's leaking into his body, basically. Cara, I'm glad you're home. Tanya said, tell her what you did to him. Right. Why aren't they having him do CPR if he's not breathing? Good question.
It's a house, ma'am.
Okay. So if he's breathing, let him breathe. So
Hey,
what I
Laura.
want you to do, I need you to lay him flat on the ground just for a minute, okay? Lay him flat on the ground so we can check his breathing, okay?
Okay, he's laid out on his ground now.
Okay. He's on his back?
Yes.
Okay. So I need you to check to see if his chest is rising, like look at it. And if you, is it rising up and down, rising and falling like he's breathing? Check that and then let me know. And also if you can feel or hear any breath out of his mouth or nose.
No, it's not rising up and down.
Okay. You said we're going to go ahead and start CPR, okay? So keep him laying
Yeah.
where he is, okay?
Okay. He got something coming out of his mouth.
Okay, what's coming out? What do you think is coming out?
I'm not sure what it is.
Okay. I want you to turn him on his side. Turn him on his side. That way, in case he vomits, he doesn't choke on it. So go ahead and turn him on his side, okay?
Okay. I did.
Can you clean that out of his mouth a little bit? Take your fingers and clean it out of his mouth, just so he doesn't choke on anything?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me know when you've done that, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Whatever in it coming out very, very rotten. It's a lot in his air passage, ma'am.
Okay, I understand. You
Say
said,
that.
you said he has medical history. What kind of medical history does he have?
I mean, just mental behaviors. He just hurts himself all the time.
Okay.
He wake up, don't get his way, slam his head, eat his shit.
All right, I understand. Okay.
It never ends.
Kalisa,
Okay,
have a
so
good day,
is he
love.
still on his side?
If he's
Right.
still on his side, yes.
Okay, are you cleaning whatever you can out of his mouth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So, good news. Tom says an inmate at his prison not too long ago tried to commit homicide of him, and it put him in the hospital. That's awesome. I'm glad to know that. Yeah, he's probably standing there just doing nothing. I can't understand either, Tanya. Cara says, sometimes I think an eye for an eye is warranted. This is one of those situations. Exactly. Exactly. I agree. Hey, Taching. Oh my God. My dad had it too. My dad had cirrhosis of the liver from drinking, and he had sepsis once too, and it made him like kind of out of his head. But to think that a 10-year-old child got it and possibly died from it, and from, what happened to him, it's unimaginable. And the depravity that his biological father, I just can't. And I'm glad that you got through it and you're here with us as well. I'm sorry. Sometimes my mind, I don't have the proper reactions. Yes, I'm very glad that you made it through, and thank God that you're here with us. That's a horrible thing to deal with. I'm glad that you are okay.
Do you think he could have taken anything, or you have no idea?
No, I don't give him access to anything.
Okay. Go ahead.
I know he likes to eat his own.
Did he just say, no, I didn't give him access to anything? I'm going to back that up.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you think he could have taken anything, or you have no idea?
No, I don't give him access to anything.
Okay. He did. I didn't give him access to anything. And like, you know, as a 911 operator, you would probably think, okay, well, they've got medications locked up or something. That motherfucker probably means, no, I didn't even give him access to water, food, a toilet, nothing. Like, he probably means legit nothing. The child did not have access to anything at all.
Okay. Go ahead.
I know he likes to eat his own poop and lay in his own pee all day.
Okay.
He likes to eat his own poop and lay in his own pee all day. I mean, talking negatively about the child while you're on phone with 911, number one. Number two, if the child was doing that by himself, then he needs to be in a facility where they can monitor him and try to get him on proper medication to where he does not do that. That's not a normal thing that he need. But it's not. It was forced on him. And for a child to be like, could you imagine how scared? I can't. It's hard to even. I just keep thinking about what he went through. Oh, look, a squirrel said, would it be legal to put money on the books of the dude that tried to take this piece of shit out? It would not be illegal. And I would probably, if you could find that information out, I would probably put a few bucks on there as well. Yeah. He doesn't like to do it. You force him to do it.
He won't stop at no cost.
Okay.
At no cost.
You all right?
Is he responding to it
Breathe
at
for
all?
me.
Is he breathing?
It's hard to say. I see his eyes.
Okay, and what are his eyes doing? Like, are they moving? Is any part of his body moving?
No, they just still.
Okay, go ahead and lay him on his back again.
Mm-hmm.
If you think his mouth
Now
is
something coming out his nose. He's throwing up out his nose now.
Okay, then lay him on his side, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And just
What
do your
about
best.
CPR?
Well, you need to clean out his air passages as best you can before you can start CPR.
That's what you're telling.
But if
I'm trying to hold it in there.
if you think it's as clean up as you can do it, then you can go ahead and start with the breath.
Mm.
You tell me. Is there anyone else there with you, sir?
No, ma'am.
Okay, is the door unlocked?
Yeah, the front door is unlocked.
Okay, they're on their way. Okay, you're going to start breathing into his mouth, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I want you to
We'll clear the air passage out.
Okay, yes, clear it out as best you can. I understand that there's something in there.
It bothers me that he had to ask the CPR worker, should he start CPR? Yeah, he don't sound like he's doing CPR at all, Casey. And Cara pointed out his lack of urgency in his voice is so telling. It is.
Yeah.
So you're going to tilt his head up, his forehead up, so it's facing the ceiling, so his airway is open as best as you can. And you're going to blow.
Tilt his forehead up.
Yeah, tilt his forehead up a little bit.
Okay.
And you're going to blow 2 breaths into his mouth, okay? You're going to cover his mouth with your mouth. Go ahead.
It's so bad that it's causing him to vomit or throw up. And I was just looking at the picture of what I'm going to assume to be the mother or wife of this person. It's another case where the father has somehow influenced the mother to hurt her own children.
God.
He does,
Okay,
doesn't he,
tell
Tanya?
me if you see anything that's different. Is he breathe like, is it watch his chest? And check.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Then you're going to continue to give him mouth to mouth. We're going to do chest compressions, okay? So you're going to put your 2 hands between his breastbone, and you're going to press down hard and fast, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So go ahead and continue doing that. You're going to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Can you count with me? Tell me when you're doing it, please.
Yes. 1, 2, 3,
Okay.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Okay, go ahead and take.
So he was vomiting, I guess, because he was like gagging because of the smell coming out of the child's mouth, or yeah, the smell coming out of his mouth. Right, Tanya, but we're normal people. I don't think he's doing anything either. He didn't do a shit. I agree with y'all. We're normal adults that, care about children. This wouldn't have happened in the first place if anybody there had cared.
Go ahead and give him a breath, okay? When you breathe in, if you can face his chest and see if you can see his chest rising up and down with your breath.
Nothing.
Okay, go ahead and I want you to go ahead and continue with the chest compressions, okay? And we're going to go ahead and count.
No air.
No, just go ahead and do with the chest compressions right now. 5, 6, 7, count with me, 8, 9,
9, 10.
Okay, 11,
1,
keep going.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Keep going.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay, so you're doing a good job. Okay.
Here now.
Okay, go ahead and open the door for me.
Yeah, he did. Ching. Evidently there, I don't know. Excuse me.
Every day.
He is so cute, isn't he?
Let's step outside for me. How you doing, officer? Good, how are you? Pretty good. You know what's going on here? Well, I check on.
So the cops pull up, or ambulance, and they say, like, I heard the dad say, the sperm donor stating, do you think he's dead? And then now they're asking him to go ahead and step outside.
Right.
Right.
He gets out the bed, he wants to bang the head against the wall. I mean, he got before, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it hurt itself, and bruised all over his body. Ran down, anyway. Yeah. So today, it's up. And, all the human beings, it's all wherever he can, on his own shit. Yeah, on the record.
Okay, I'm going to stop it here. We're about halfway through that phone call, and I'm going to go back to the document. But I'm going to try to get that 911 call with my FOIA request, and I'm going to try to make it louder so that we can hear what he's saying there. I'm going to try to break all this down and put it out for you guys so that we have everything. All right, continuing with the document. It says, rather than focusing on the current condition of his son, defendant spends most of the call lamoring about what a terrible child Takoda was and how difficult he has been to parent. At one point, when defendant is instructed to give CPR, defendant can be heard retching and then complains, quote, it smell real rotten inside of his stomach, unquote. Upon arrival, paramedics found defendant McLean waiting at the door. The child, Takoda Collins, battered and bruised from head to toe, was lying alone, unresponsive on the floor of the living room. Dayton Police Officer Evans also responded as paramedics tended to Takoda. The other defendants were not present. To allow the medics to work without distraction, Officer Evans engaged McLean in conversation on the porch, during which defendant continued his rant about his uncivilized, uncontrollable child. And they watched some body cam footage or something. He complains to Officer Evans, which are repeated in his formal interview, included claims or I'm sorry, let me read that again. His complaints to Officer Evans, which are repeated in his formal interview, included claims that the child ate his own feces, quote, on the regular, unquote. Video associated with, defendant also tried to explain away all the bruising on Takoda as self-inflicted dramatics of an uncontrollable child putting on a show. Although paramedics focused on attempts to resuscitate Takoda, the evidence of abuse was clearly present all over Takoda's body. At one point, paramedics indicate Takoda has passed. Defendant's response to the news of the death of his child was, quote, all right, I need to get you guys, or all right, okay. So when he finds out Takoda died, he says, all right, I tried to get you guys here as fast as I could. That's his response to his son dying. All right, I tried to get you guys here as fast as I could, but oh well, fuck it. What the fuck? That's so fucked up. Even still, medics continued to try to revive the child, including transporting him by ambulance. Recitation was impossible, and Takoda, age 10, was pronounced deceased at the emergency department at the Children's Hospital. Once at the Children's Hospital, Dr. Liker, an expert in pediatrics specializing in abuse, had an opportunity to externally examine the deceased child. Medical records states Exhibit 4, photo states Exhibit 5. Those photos depict a deceased minor in a state of nudity, so they're under seal. Takoda was battered from head to toe. Dr. Liker noted hundreds of lacerations and abrasions to Takoda's head, face, mouth, neck, chest, abdomen, back, buttocks, arms, hands, legs, and feet. Literally his whole body, from his head to his feet. She noted extensive bruising to his entire body, including his scalp, his face, inside of his mouth, his neck, his chest, his abdomen, his buttocks, his arms, his legs, and his feet. Patterned abrasions were noted on his chest, abdomen, buttocks, and posterior legs. Older scars, patterned and not patterned, were seen on his torsos and extremities. Injuries, lacerations, and bruising were also visible externally in the back door area. That's one thing we can take solace in, knowing that he is a beautiful angel in heaven right now. Had to stop for a minute. To Dr. Liker's expert eye, the extent and nature of the injuries were not consistent with the accident or self-infliction. They were the result of severe physical abuse or torture on numerous occasions over a period of time. Stating, quote, many of the injuries were in areas that are very difficult to bruise. She noted that many of the injuries, often considered to be, quote, defensive, quote, locations, as they are areas of the body, such as the back of the arms and posterior of the body, that are exposed when one tries to protect themselves from blows. She also noted evidence of the prior rib fractures that were not visible in the child's 2018 hospitalization from jumping out of the window. Dr. Liker also indicated that a child's basic needs include safe, healthy living conditions, clothing, regular medical care, and schooling, which is neglect. Dr. Liker noted that in 2018, Takoda was evaluated by the hospital and referred for behavioral health therapy. However, the efforts by the hospital to connect Takoda with these services were rejected by the family, which is medical neglect. Dr. Liker also noted that based upon Takoda's injuries and the condition, any reasonable caregiver should have sought medical attention for him, and the failure to do so is neglect. So my question is, if it's medical neglect, that he was referred for health services and the parents refused to take him or just didn't take him. Where was CPS at? Like, why didn't CPS come to the house and take him then? This child was bruised literally everywhere, and they were defensive bruises where he was trying to protect himself. All right, this is the autopsy. As disturbing as the external presentation of Takoda's injuries were, it was the internal examination performed by Deputy Coroner Dr. Brian Casto that told the true depth and extent of the torture inflicted on this child. The autopsy confirmed extensive blunt force injuries, abrasions, and contusions to the head, torso, and extremities. Evidence of acute or fresh injuries, as well as healing injuries, were present. With respect to Takoda's head, Dr. Casto noted even more injury than did Dr. Liker, as there was bruising hidden by the child's hair. External autopsy's photos show. Let me get a sip of my coffee because it's difficult. Okay. External autopsy photos show bruising around the right forehead, right thin inside upper and lower lip, and nasal opening. The internal examination. Oh, it's the key. Okay. The internal examination explored the depth and breadth of the injuries. When Takoda's scalp was reflected, deep bruising was observed to all the areas of the head. With respect to the chest area, external contusions and petechiae, Petechia, were noted. Internal examination revealed internal bruising to the stomach, which was documented by a photograph. So it was so bad it was able to be photographed. Shelby said, I can't even imagine how it would feel to do the autopsies, not knowing what was done and then find it all out. Would be hard. Very difficult. Takoda's back and buttocks also showed severe external internal injury. Severe pulmonary edema, fluid in the lungs, was noted that could relate to submersion in water. Photos from the hospital also noted pruning of the child's hands. One explanation for such pruning could be related to submersion. However, that condition was no longer present by autopsy. Dr. Casto also observed fractures on numerous ribs. Takoda's digestive system was also examined. Common sense suggests one would find the content of the stomach to appear different than content found later along in the digestive system, such as the bowels. Not for Takoda. His stomach had contents that were tan, yellow, puree type consistency, which appeared to be identical in color and consistency to what was found in his bowels. External view of Takoda's back and buttocks and back of legs shows heel scarred and fresh bruising. So going back to his stomach, basically there was no difference between what was in his stomach and what was in his bowels. Basically, they contained the same kind of thing. So I really do believe that his contents of his bowels was like leaking in his body and getting in his stomach and all that. I know that he was eating it as well, or being forced to eat it. But I think that it was also the result of his intestines being torn, that there was feces in his stomach. I'm not real sure how that works, and I could be wrong, but like for it to be tan yellow puree type consistency, I would think that it had not exited his body yet. I could definitely be wrong though. My goodness. Okay. On his back, there was a type of branding of 4 letters that appeared to begin with the letter T. This, by its location, an area that would be unreachable and is thus wholly inconsistent with self-infliction. Autopsy photographs show extensive bruising to the back, buttocks, and back of the legs and is captured by photograph. However, it is the internal examination that is most telling relating to the trauma of the injuries. When the skin is reflected, there are extensive superficial and very deep bruising over the entirety of the child's back. The deep bruising is in the right upper back, left upper back, mid back, and lower back. Additionally, externally, there appears to be bruising and swelling of the entire buttocks area. Internal examination confirms the bruising. The bruising is the full thickness of the gluteus maximus. Essentially, the entire area, all the way to the bone, is bruised and swollen. His entire butt, the whole butt, the whole thickness of his butt was bruised. That is insane to me. From his skin to his coccyx, his butt bone was bruised. His whole entire, like the whole ass was bruised. Wow. God almighty. Also present at autopsy and observed previously by Dr. Leiker was significant injury to the rectal area. The anus has 2 half-inch lacerations. Internal examination showed the depth and the damage of this injury. The internal examination of the pelvic revealed abundant blood associated with this injury. The photos demonstrate that the external injury is associated with the internal lacerations that extended deep into the rectum. So the bruising on his entire ass was from blood from inside of him that was basically coming out into his skin and his butt and stuff, you know. The most significant injury as it relates to fatality, not even visible externally, was severe bruising to the back of the neck. Internal examination of the area revealed deep bruising through all of the layers of the neck muscle directly over the spine. In preparation for trial, Dr. Casto described this bruising as the type of injury typically only observed in catastrophic events such as a severe car accident. The cause of death for 10-year-old Takoda was blunt force trauma combined with compressive asphyxia and water submersion. Manner of death was homicide. Now it's going to talk about the living conditions. While Takoda was examined at the hospital, law enforcement remained at the Kensington address with defendant McLean. Shortly after Takoda's removal, defendants Hines and Ebert had returned to the residence with a 3-year-old who was later determined to be defendant McLean's 3-year-old brother. Although defendant McLean initially maintained that just he and Takoda lived at the Kensington residence, it was later confirmed that all 3 defendants, Takoda and the 3-year-old, lived there. When police arrived, they originally stayed on the main level of the home. Ultimately, they were given permission to search the residence and photos were taken. The main level of the home was furnished. There was running water and food in the refrigerator. There appeared to be a security system in the home as the TV in the living room showed live video of outside the home. Family photos were hung throughout the home. However, while there were photos of the defendant, the 3-year-old, pets, and other apparent family members, there were absolutely no photos of Takoda. Reminds me of Emmanuel. On the main floor, there was a furnished bedroom that appeared to be defendant McLean and Hines's room. The room had clothes and was fairly orderly. A mudroom had been made into a second adult bedroom and was also furnished with bedding and clothing. Also on the main floor, there was a bedroom consistent with the needs of a 3-year-old. For the 3-year-old, there were age-appropriate toys and size-appropriate clothing. But on the main floor, there was no room set up for Takoda, no age-appropriate toys or school books, and no clothing for a 10-year-old. Nor was there a bedroom for Takoda set up in the basement. Only a room for the dogs with cages and a cement floor littered with dog excrement. In the living room, there was a door that led to the attic, the area later learned to be where Takoda was living. As the detectives ascended the stairway to Takoda's hell, they noticed an overwhelming smell of human urine and feces. The area at the top of the stairs was dark and barren, except for a broken chair. When officers arrived, there was no light source and they had to use flashlights to see. There were no clothes, no books, no toys, only filth, excrement, and bugs. The 2 legs of the broken chair were recovered downstairs, one stuck behind the TV and one in a laundry basket outside of the bathroom. Further in the attic was another locked room. When the room was unlocked, detectives found a bloody tarp, a filthy lawn chair that they ultimately learned was Takoda's bedding when he was allowed to have it. I cannot. I don't know, Southern. I don't know. I wanted to say hey to Blue Jay real quick. Okay. Detectives also found a dismantled video camera that had been used by the defendants to surveil Takoda, who, per Hines, had been disconnected by McLean after Takoda became unresponsive, but before 911 was called. So there was a camera, and when Takoda became unresponsive, he disconnected it and then called 911. There were no toys, books, or clothes for Takoda anywhere in that house. Days after officers originally saw this attic, but before defendant Hines and Ebert were arrested, the attic was cleaned out and cleaned, and detectives were able to see how light and clean the attic could have been if they had so chosen to do so during Takoda's life. Takoda Collins' nightmare existence. Hold on, I got a mosquito bite that's driving me nuts. I need to put some of this salve on it real quick. Hold on. It's late. It's going to be a long live today. Okay. So this section is titled Takoda's Nightmare Existence. It is sad, isn't it, Corey? Hey, everybody coming in and out. After leaving the Kensington residence, the investigation continued, including interviews with defendants, teachers, and other individuals, and a review of the evidence. As the details unfolded, it became clear that the only thing more horrific than the facts of Takoda's death were the facts of the life he was forced to live at the hands of these 3 defendants. Starting January 5th, 2015, at age 7, Takoda entered Horace Mann Elementary School. Although they could not know the depth of Takoda's needs, those who taught Takoda recognized he could benefit from assistance. Although he did not have issues at school with proper restroom usage, he was sent to school daily reeking of urine and feces. Also, on occasion, he was sent to school with what would be embarrassingly bad and potentially painful haircuts, making him vulnerable to ridicule. In addition to the ridicule he faced for the odor that emanated from him. The school was ready to help. They had donated clothes available and a washer and dryer where his own clothes could even be washed during the day. The teachers would send Takoda to the nurse who would assist with these issues. However, defendant McLean strongly refused any help and was angry at any attempt of staff to intervene on behalf of his child. On multiple occasions, defendant McLean called enraged with the school for intervening. Defendant McLean strictly instructed that the nurse could not see Takoda for any reason. The long-term school nurse recalled that during her career, Takoda was the only child for whom she had to post a note in the nursing office reminding staff Takoda was not to be seen by the school nurse. Defendants Elbert and Hines added additional insight to Takoda's life at home during his horseman years. Defendant Ebert noticed that McLean would give him weird haircuts knowing that it would cause the children to make fun of him. Defendant Hines noted, and teachers confirmed Defendant McLean wanted daily updates from teachers. Defendant Hines would get these reports if the report Defendant Hines would get those reports if the report and relay them to Defendant McLean and unknowingly to the teachers. The reports would result in punishment for Takoda if they were anything other than glowing. Per Defendant Hines, the punishment was to stand in the living room and hold a loaded book bag. Most days of the week, from the time he got home from school until it was bedtime, this was Takoda's life. On weekend days, if Takoda did not have a good report, Takoda would be forced to stand in this position in the living room for the entire day. As an active child, most days were less than perfect, and thus his days at home were wholly consumed with this punishment pose. Although Takoda originally had a bedroom in the home, he lost that room after Defendant McLean and Hines took custody of the 3-year-old. The 3-year-old, who was 3 at the time of Takoda's death, was given the bedroom, the toys, and the furniture, and Takoda was sent to the attic. Defendant McLean was angry with Horseman and blamed the school for repeatedly sending children's services to his house. However, when children's services did come, the family was prepared. Defendant McLean's and Hines instructed Ebert and Takoda on how to act when they knocked on the door. Defendant Ebert and Takoda were to stay behind the locked door and not be heard. Then defendant, per child services, would schedule a time for them to return. Defendant McLean and Takoda prepared to answer the questions. He was to tell them nothing and act happy. Children's Services had a host of resources to offer this family, including connecting them to medical or psychological services. Defendant McLean declined their assistance. He blamed the school and Takoda for their intrusions and would take his rage out on Takoda, beating, throwing, kicking him, body slamming him. Any marks left behind would be covered by long sleeves and pants. Ultimately fed up with the repeated interference, in May of 2018, Defendant McLean and Hines withdrew Takoda from the school, the one place where Takoda had found at least momentary refuge during the day. In order to keep school out of their business, Defendant McLean's and Hines wrote in false educational plans claiming that Defendant Hines, who represented herself as his stepmother, would be homeschooling Takoda. Hey, Crystal. Corey said the sad part is the father said he was only doing what his stepdad did to him. I don't believe that. I believe that the father could have been abused by the stepfather, absolutely. But to the extent that Takoda was, no, I think it's a cop-out. He would not have survived, be it RAPED by a chair leg or, being forced to eat his own excrement. You know what I mean? Which maybe not to the, maybe he didn't mean to the extent of what he put Takoda through, but I still don't believe it. We had to deal with CPS a couple of weeks ago. They closed my case as soon as they talked to me. That's awesome. I'm glad that it went good. Okay. By then, Takoda was largely confined to the attic for the majority of every single day. Originally, he had the entire attic. However, in November 2018, Takoda Collins allegedly launched himself through the attic window, leaving the defendant no option but to take Takoda to the children's hospital. At that time, there was no allegations of abuse, and social workers and doctor treated Takoda in the presence of Defendant McLean and Defendant Hines, who again represented herself as a mother figure. During that visit, psychological counseling was recommended as part of an aftercare plan. However, as referenced by Dr. Leiker, the family did not follow through with making the appointments. When social workers called McLean and Hines to assist in setting up that appointment, that help was declined too. So I'm glad to know that CPS did at least attempt to set everything up. During this time, Defendant McLean did call the juvenile court to inquire about services for children under 10. The court does, in fact, have a program to offer services to children and families struggling with mental health or behavioral issues. However, when Defendant McLean learned it was therapeutic help and would not result in the child being locked up, he declined that assistance too. Like, you called the police to lock your child up, and when they didn't do what you wanted, when they tried to help him psychologically with counseling and things that are needed, evidently you just, nope, I'm good. Lord have mercy. After his visit to the children's hospital, Takoda was moved to the basement while the defendants walled off the windows in the attic. When Takoda returned to his attic confinement, it was now in a smaller area deprived of external light. And after defendants made sure Takoda was locked in the attic to avoid his escape, in the attic, Takoda was deprived of clothing. By the time of his death, Defendant Ebert confirmed that all of Takoda's clothing had been thrown out. Yet, despite being deprived of clothing, if Takoda came down to use the restroom without clothing, he would be subject to discipline. Defendants remedied the problem of the 3-year-old encountering a smelly, naked Takoda by only allowing him to use the restroom when the 3-year-old was asleep. Are you fucking serious? There seemed to be a concern that Takoda may be trying to show off his naked body for the 3-year-old. And as humiliation, the defendant McLean would call Takoda a, quote, FAG, unquote, and call him girls' names all the time. See, that makes me think that there was extensive abuse going on in a different way. All right, Cara, have a good day. So he beats the kid and wants everyone else to. Exactly. I think that they threw him out the window. I can't even. I'm going to be going after I read this document. We still got a little over 10 pages. Okay. Once confined to the attic, Takoda spent all day, every day, in painful torture poses created by Defendant McLean. All 3 defendants watched the child from the comfort of their living room. If the child moved out of one of those horrific poses, Defendant Ebert and Hines would advise Defendant McLean of the movement so Defendant McLean could punish him, beating him for disregarding the rules. The iPad recovered from the home had images of Takoda in these excruciating positions. He was forced to stand naked in a dark attic, bent over so his hands were touching the floor. He was told to hold this pose from when he woke till the early hours of the morning, all day, every day. These photos, which were created over the course of years, and they tell the court a great deal about what hell this child suffered under the reign of these defendants. But this child's reality only got worse. As Defendant McLean spoke to 911, Officer Evans and detectives, he repeated a theme about how Takoda would not stop eating his own feces. Defendant McLean, who failed to mention that it was he, McLean, that physically forced Takoda into this dehumanizing act. Per Ebert, and later confirmed by Hines, it is stated as punishment handed down by McLean. Oh, it started as punishment handed down by McLean. I apologize. I can't. Oh. Defendant McLean became enraged that Takoda, who was confined to the attic without access to a bathroom, had defecated on the floor. Defendant commanded Takoda to eat the feces. When Takoda refused, Defendant McLean retrieved a glove, picked up the excrement, and forced it into Takoda's mouth, forcing him to eat it. Takoda tried to refuse, but Defendant McLean forced him so he could not escape, and he began gagging and was forced to chew his own feces. After that, Takoda knew he was expected to eat his feces or face punishment. My God. Takoda's last day. The last hours of Takoda's life was detailed by Defendant Hines and Ebert. Defendant McLean had been out drinking. When he came home, he turned his anger on Takoda. Ebert from another room heard Takoda crying and saying, "No more," just like he begs his father to stop all the time. Defendant Hines had dozed off on the couch and woke to Defendant McLean punching Takoda hard in his stomach, consistent with the internal bruising visible at autopsy. The next morning, before the 3-year-old woke up, Ebert called for Takoda to come down to use the restroom. Takoda was walking but holding onto the walls. He would wobble and fall and stand back up. Defendant McLean's response was to elbow Takoda hard in the back and order him back upstairs. Once back upstairs, Defendant McLean gave instructions to put away his folding chair and bend over for his punishment pose. Because Takoda did not move fast enough, McLean punished him. As Takoda lay down on his stomach, Defendant McLean stood on his back, forcing all of his weight, even reaching to the ceiling to push down his weight extra hard, crushing the 3-year-old's light body. Crushing this 10-year-old's light body. Sorry. After this punishment, Defendant McLean, y'all, I don't know if I'm going to be able to read all this. I'm already getting sick. Defendant McLean, sorry, I can't even. After this punishment, Defendant McLean again had Takoda stand in the punishment pose and went downstairs to watch TV with Defendant Ebert and the 3-year-old. All the while, Defendant was yelling up at Takoda, calling him a, quote, mama girl, unquote, and, quote, FAGGOT, unquote. Defendant McLean then took a bottle of hot sauce up to pour on Takoda's butt. Defendant McLean readily admitted that pouring hot sauce on Takoda's rectum was something he would do as punishment. It was one of his parenting tools and something he did frequently, even daily, in the last weeks of his life, according to Defendant Ebert. Still not satisfied that Takoda was sufficiently compliant, Defendant McLean threw the child around some more and grabbed him by the ears and dragged him down the steps. Defendant took the child into the bathroom and told him to clean his shorts. When Takoda again did not move fast enough, he was told to move faster or he was going to be drowned. Defendant Ebert from the living room then heard splashing and Takoda gasping for air. Still not done, Defendant McLean took the child back upstairs, and from the monitor, Defendant Ebert could see the child lay on the lawn chair in the fetal position as McLean stood behind him. While Defendant McLean was standing behind Takoda's back, Defendant Ebert could see Defendant making a repetitive motion with his hand. McLean's arm motion was going back and forth by Takoda's rear end. And Ebert thought Defendant McLean could have been using hot sauce, but when he came downstairs, he tossed the chair leg behind the dresser. I can't. We're going to have to come back to that tomorrow. I think it's the same story. I do. We're going to have to come back to that tomorrow, y'all. It's like 5:30. I need to cook. I can't. I don't even know. I can't do it. I can't. Oh, God. I can't. I do have this. I'll read this real quick before we go so that you guys are updated. This is the Bibb County 7. We're going to come back to Takoda Collins because, like I said, I'm getting information on the case and I'm going to put it out. But I need a minute. I wanted to show you. So we have been talking about the Bibb County 7. It is titled Court Hearings. So I wanted to show you. Where is? Well, Vasquez, who I'm not seeing in there yet. Hold on. Hold on. It's Rebecca. It's William. Anyway, the main guy behind all of it, let me see if it's on a different video. Because I know I got a couple of those out. Yeah. Here it is. So this one, 13, Ande Trejo-Velazquez, is charged with 5 counts of rape, 7 counts of sodomy, 6 counts of human trafficking, and 4 counts of kidnapping. Okay, so that guy, there's a new motion that came out. And this is the state of Alabama versus Andre Trejo-Velazquez. And it is a motion to control prejudicial publicity. So basically, they want the court to not be able to get information about the case. This is the Bibb County 7 the Bunker child trafficking case that we've talked about. So I wanted to read this document that Hio got for me. It reads, comes now the defendant by and through his counsel and moves his court pursuant to the 4th, 5th, 6th, 8th, and 14th Amendments to the United States Constitution and Article 1, Sections 1, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 13, 15, and 16 of the Alabama Constitution for an order sealing the file in this case and closing all proceedings prior to jury sequestration. Sequestration? And that reminds me of Stephen Stern's case. Defendant also seeks Order 1, excluding the public, print, and electronic media from all pretrial hearings in this case. 2, prohibiting all attorneys, parties, witnesses, law enforcement personnel, and court personnel who are connected to the prosecution or investigation of this case from extrajudicially releasing information in any form to any agent or employee of any news media concerning any aspect of the proceeding. And 3, directing that all records and transcripts in this case be sealed until a jury is impaneled and sequestered after trial. 4, prohibiting the use of video and other cameras to photograph the court proceedings herein. In support of this motion, the defendant states as follows. Now, I'm hoping that this is not granted because I want the media to know every aspect of what these Satan's disciples, as I like to call them, did to these children. And Tina, thank you for being here. You make me laugh, you. All right, 1, defendant is before this court charged with 5 counts of rape in the first degree, 7 counts of sodomy in the first degree, 6 counts of human trafficking in the first degree, and 4 counts of kidnapping in the first degree, arising out of a highly publicized incident in this community. Many of these charges carry a range of punishment up to life without the possibility of parole. There has been highly prejudicial publicity throughout this area regarding this case. Exceptionally prejudicial publicity emanating almost exclusively from state officials has continued to this date. Coverage of the proceedings herein has not only resulted in the dissemination of prejudicial information revealed at those hearings, but it's also triggered the recounting by the media of the history of this case. In Shepard versus Maxwell, in discussing the trial court's duty to prevent publicity from jeopardizing a criminal defendant's trial, the Supreme Court noted that given the pervasiveness of modern communications and the difficulty of effacing prejudicial publicity from the minds of the juror, the trial courts must take strong measures to ensure that balance is never weighed against the accused. So basically, they don't want the media is making them look like the sexual Satan disciples they are, and they want to stop that. Number 6, the court also warrants that neither prosecutors, counsel for defense, the accused, witnesses, court staff, nor enforcement officers coming under the jurisdiction of the court should be permitted to frustrate its function, unquote. Among the steps suggested by the court for safeguarding the impartiality of a trial were controlling the release of leads, information, and gossip to the press by the police, witnesses and other trial participants, and prescribing extrajudicial statements to the press by all lawyers, parties, witnesses, and court officials. Of course, such dissemination of prejudicial information is already prescribed by the Alabama Rules of Professional Conduct. Furthermore, in Garnett versus, I'm not even going to try it, the court recognized that closure to the press of pretrial hearings may be a constitutionally required procedure, stating, quote, closure of pretrial proceedings is often one of the most effective methods that a trial judge can employ to attempt to ensure that the fairness of a trial will not be jeopardized by the dissemination of such information throughout the community before the trial itself has even begun. State and federal courts have made clear that the trial judge has a duty to prevent publicity from jeopardizing a criminal defendant's basic right to a fair trial. To protect this due process, quote, the presence of the press at judicial proceedings must be limited when it is apparent that the accused might otherwise be prejudiced or disadvantaged, unquote, citing Shepard versus Maxwell and Nebraska Press Association versus Stewart. The measures a judge takes or fails to take to mitigate the effects of pretrial publicity may well determine whether the defendant receives a trial consistent with the requirements of due process, unquote, citing Garrett versus, I'm not going to try it. Quote, to safeguard the due process rights of the accused, a trial judge has an affirmative constitutional duty to minimize the effects of prejudicial pretrial publicity, unquote. The potential dangers of publicity are particularly acute at the pretrial stage when the jury has not been sworn and sequestered. Coverage of pretrial hearings might educate prospective jurors about inadmissible information or lead them to form an opinion about the case before the trial even begins. Pretrial coverage can create major problem for the defendant in the criminal case. Indeed, it may be more harmful than publicity during the trial, for it may well set the community opinion as to guilt or innocence. Publicity concerning proceedings at pretrial hearing could influence public opinion against the defendant, while sequestration of the jury can limit the effects of publicity. Once the trial has begun, courts must adopt other measures prior to trial when necessary. Because of the efforts of pretrial publicity can be so damaging, closure of the proceedings is warranted in certain instances. The Supreme Court made this clear in upholding a state's court's order excluding the press and public from a pretrial hearing. And they cite, after the commencement of the trial itself, prejudicial information can be kept from a jury by a variety of means. When such information is publicized during a pretrial proceeding, however, it may never be altogether kept from potential jurors. Closure of pretrial proceedings is often one of the most effective methods that a trial judge can employ to attempt to ensure that the fairness of the trial will not be jeopardized by the dissemination of such information throughout the community before the trial itself has even begun. In Garrett, the court went on to say that determining what safeguards are necessary, judges should be, quote, overcautious, unquote, in ensuring that a defendant receives a fair trial. Even assuming the press has some qualified First Amendment right of access to the pretrial hearings in this case, quote, closure is essential to preserve higher values, unquote, in the extraordinary situation presented here. The United States Supreme Court has held that no right ranks higher than the right of the accused to a fair trial. In a case such as this one, any qualified First Amendment right to attend pretrial proceeding must be limited to protect the defendant's superior right to a fair trial. Thus, the interest in open courtrooms must yield in cases such as this one to the need to protect the constitutional right of the accused. I'm sorry, but where were the constitutional rights of the children that they were giving liquid GHB and liquid X to, and then videotaping them being forced to perform sexual acts while laughing at them? making $1,000 a night in a damn underground bunker, something created to save life that was used to destroy so many. Yeah, I'm about to go. I need to go. I'm finishing this document and then I got to go. Quote, when the rights of the accused and those of the public come irreconcilably into conflict, the accused's Sixth Amendment right to a fair trial must, as a matter of logic, take precedence over the public's First Amendment right of access to pretrial proceedings. There is little to be gained by admitting the public to pretrial proceedings in order to promote the appearance of fairness if the very presence of the public makes a fair trial impossible. Other courts have also ordered closure of pretrial proceedings in cases with facts far less compelling than this one. Upholding closure of bail proceedings to press and public. Upholding closure of dire proceedings. Lord of mercy, I keep misreading. Exclusion of press from bail hearing in homicide case due to pervasiveness of publicity. Closure of pretrial hearing upheld. They're citing different cases. I'm just reading what they were in reference to. Affirming trial court's closure of 2 pretrial hearings on admissibility of evidence. Courtroom closed during defendant's testimony for his protection. And no constitutional violation in closing proceedings during which impaneled jurors were questioned about potential misconduct. Wherefore, for the reasons set out herein and those developed upon an evidentiary hearing on this motion, defendant requests that this court enters an order excluding the public, print, and electronic media from all pretrial hearings in this case, and 2, prohibiting all attorneys, parties, witnesses, law enforcement personnel, and court personnel who are connected to the prosecution or investigation of this case from extrajudicially releasing information in any form to any agent or employee of the news media concerning any aspect of the proceeding. 3, directing that all records and transcripts in this case be sealed until a jury is impaneled and sequestered or after the trial. And 4, prohibiting the use of video or other cameras to photograph court proceedings herein. And it's signed by Stuart D. Albella, and it was delivered. Now, my issue with that is, number one, First Amendment rights. The media and the press has a First Amendment right to be there. And considering that this is a pretty high profile case, the Bibb County 7, now 8, I think that the media should be allowed there to cover this trial and make sure these children receive justice. The children's names have been kept quiet and they have been actually moved out of the county for their protection. So they are safe. If the judge enters an order saying that no media and nobody is allowed to talk to media, then you're relying on the fact that no law enforcement is going to talk to any media, no court personnel, no witness, nobody is going to talk to the media. And if they do, what does that mean? The whole case is like null and void and we can't prosecute it? It sounds like an easy way to get basically the trial null and void. I forget what it's called. Yeah, and I'm with Southern Cats. Who cares what those pieces of shit want? I hope their face is plastered on a fucking billboard for what they did. Yeah. Corey said, I made hamburger and pork and beans yesterday that didn't get cooked yesterday. Oh no, well you better go cook it. It sounds good. Sounds yummy. All right, y'all, I am definitely got to go. Thank y'all for hanging out with me and being here with me today. Thank you for the support. I love you all very much. If nobody has told you, you are always enough. You are always important. You're special and you are loved. And they are trying to get off of those charges. We will be back tomorrow to talk more about Takoda when I can take a minute and continue reading that document. And we'll talk about other things. Good night, my love. I hope you have a good night. I hope that you all take care of yourself, stay safe, and I will definitely see y'all tomorrow. Until then, bye.
Listen up, I gotta tell you, there is something you should know. I have never really liked you at all. I cannot hide it anymore. I've been thinking about the future, trying to forget about the past. So many ways that I could change for the better. Don't even know where to begin. If I allow myself to dream, will it be as good as it seems?